Hello, hello. Welcome to Tuesday live streaming on Airwindows channel, and I am here to chew bubblegum and play Minecraft or something, but I don't have any bubblegum, but I do have my espresso, and yeah, this worked out pretty good last week, so I'm going to see what we can do going forwards. And along those lines, let's start off by jumping directly into the Minecraft thing, because why not? It's a nice way to start things off. It seems approachable. Bearing in mind that while I'm doing this streaming and stuff, and I keep trying to refine things, like figuring out I can take my analog timer and use a restroom or something. Changing the angle of my angle of my camera, so that I'm not getting backaches or anything in the process of putting some time into hanging out with people, because that's the thing, is you can't tell when people are necessarily going to show up. I would love to talk to streamers and have them tell me whether it's just me or whether it's normal for people to increasingly show up into a big burst, maybe an hour or a couple of hours in, and then gradually wear back off again, or whether it's time of day or something, because I don't know these things. That said, and this would be, I've heard of other clients. I don't have to be using this client, I just happen to be. Am tempted to test this and make sure that it's still there. It's still there. So I am actually going to log off and use the local IP for it. It's been an interesting time. What I did most recently, oh hell, sir. We don't have to let that in. Oh, and you shouldn't be there, but you're less ominous. Oh. And it's an multiple excitable horses. Gosh. Well, let's see. Well, one thing I could do is deal with this. That's not exactly the way I meant to do it. There we go. I thought maybe I would take this and lower it down a little bit, or so I don't need all of these. I am not quite sure how much of a ledge I want, but I can try a really short ledge and see what that's like. This started out as just sort of making this thing, and I turned it into a stable afterwards for horses, which are amazing, arguably too amazing. There is such a thing as too amazing. If it is so fast that it falls in things and hurts itself, then, and that is good advice for all, I guess, but certainly for Minecraft horses. Application to Rainbow Dash is left as an exercise to the reader. So I had been thinking of trimming this area a little bit, and that might be a nice way to start off while I get used to talking, because I think I mentioned last week recent Ben Jordan video about how he was not going to... well, that's a small mistake, but it's a small mistake. Maybe that's a place where I can build stairs. Ben Jordan made a video which apparently did not last long, where he was like, I'm not going to be doing product videos, and then immediately followed it with what my favorite reverb pedals are. Unless I'm missing a trick somehow, or not, maybe he's playing a joke. But yeah, see, the reason Ben initially started making videos, according to him, was that he leads a lifestyle much like I have always led, and that means kind of isolating and holding up and doing stuff. I don't know why. I can explain to great detail why that is my thing, because, you know, my recovery background and the fact that, unlike some other people, I ended up having to stop using drugs and alcohol and stuff, because a lot of these things are just adapting to the challenges of being Chris. Ooh, string. I could make kittens. Snowball, you get to make kittens out of string. Not literally, but using a snowball to do it. Suppose you could make kittens out of string. It would be like felting. That was reasonably adorable. These horses are indeed amazing. They are rushing about like mad. And I'm going to want to pick up these stray pieces of material, not because I absolutely have to. We are playing Snowball, so I can duplicate anything I want. But that's the whole thing. It's like I've designed a game where part of the game is how do you want to engage with it, which is always the way with Minecraft, and then they kind of changed it around. Minecraft went from being relentlessly player directed, like, oh, you wanted instructions for what to do, forget it, go make a giant golden dick. And that being an old Yahtzee joke, of course. Not that we couldn't, we could absolutely do that. But then recent versions of Minecraft, especially after Microsoft purchased it, since they must drive engagement rather than just having made a toy or a thing and playing with it, they then choose to do stuff very much... Oh, sorry. Landed on a horse. They're a little excited. All this redecorating. I could put windows in here too. Seems kind of dark. Although windows, I think in sometimes they can get out, which is maybe not the most optimal thing. Oh. And sometimes the stuff that is added in the Microsoft period is things like caves with amethyst geodes, and that makes stuff that you can sort of build. But sometimes they're really like, and there are ships with, actually I'm not sure if that's Microsoft period. Point being that it's hardly post-scarcity Minecraft. Adventure mode is another case of that. All this stuff where it's like, we need to create a narrative for you because you clearly won't have one of your own. Okay. We'll start building stairs. And working our way up to... Oh! Hi! You're clever, ain't ya? Look at you. If I build stairs, they're going to be up here in a blink. In a blink. Maybe that's not the best thing to do. How about rethink that? Thank you for the observation, Mr. There I was being very excited about building some nice stairs in order to be able to get up on the second ledge, and the next thing you know, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. These guys are crazy. They'll be up on the stairs doing laps, which is kind of cool, but on the other hand, that's not quite what I had in mind. Yeah, I had been also talking about Ben and how he has he initially took on doing video making because he was like, I don't talk and I should be able to speak. It's weird when I go out to the store and I can't speak. What is with all of the... Lots of mobs, gosh. So many creepers. Must be not as many torches over here. And that also applies to me just as much, like me doing my crisp Airwindows thing. And I can show you something. I can do a little show and tell about where I'm at. That is always an engaging prospect. It's the sort of thing I tend to automatically like to do. I enjoy doing that kind of thing. There is that aspect of being human and wanting to engage with others. It's not dissimilar to, like, if you have puppies, then you should not keep them in isolation and go away and leave them alone for all day long because it'll make them weird in the head. This also applies to cats and kittens. Perhaps not quite as much, but it does still. Let's have a quick look and see what I've been wanting to do. Oh, and that's how many of these? Hello, interesting. This has been in use. Cool. Still got some of these. See, the way the system is designed, as long as there's still any of these in the back section, these things will be full of bottles of enchanting and will not pick up shulker boxes that I break on top of them. And the way I reload it is to get like this guy off the top. And you see that has bottles of enchanting and stuff in it. And then I got to snowball it on here, meaning I don't lose any of them. Oh, hello, sound of skeleton. Please don't bug me today. That did. That did. That did. And these guys are full, so this can be used a little longer. If we emptied all of these out completely, then it would start putting shulker boxes into the system, which is somewhat inconvenient. But yeah, this is more, you know, when I say, and did we drop, yes we did. I've actually got plenty of extra blocks of quartz. And these guys can just be disposed of, or I can go and put them by spawn. This is still a thing where we can have people logging on. For instance, if you are watching this, oh, I could continue this path. There we are. Also, I could build something over here. I could build a little house over here. VR? I'm not Canadian, but I'm from Vermont. Vermont is one of the states bordering Canada. It is bordering Quebec. And also, I spent a year dating a very cool person. We didn't end up being compatible in a variety of ways, and I did end up not continuing that, and it was a rather painful situation, honestly. But what do we got here? Oh, I can place empty shulker boxes. That can go elsewhere. Yeah, I dated somebody in Canada, so although I don't think that's really enough to give you an accent, it almost gave me an accident. No, it literally did give me an accident at one point, because there was a time when the strains of maintaining that relationship were so demanding that I crashed my car. One of the reasons that stopped is attempting to keep up with the demands of what that was about, both for myself and for her, was beyond my capacities. I wasn't going to be able to do it. Let's see, what else can we do? We need more. Rockets tucked away in places. This is for newcomers. Oh, there's plenty of rockets there. Yeah, so I'm kind of Canadian adjacent. Also, a favorite, I'm not sure how much this conducts necessarily, but a favorite comedy troupe of mine on YouTube is LoadingReadyRun, and they're in British Columbia. Hey, Fortis. I went back to the original monitoring because I liked the idea of going back to not just another dither over the very monitoring 2 is exactly monitoring, except for that the word length reducer is dark, and monitoring 3 is exactly monitoring, but the word length reducer is a high energy noise shaper followed by dark. It's basically 10 nines into dark. And these are all things that I was excited to do, but both of those things omit a thing that Not Just Another Dither does, which is use the Benford realness calculations that initially were part of the naturalize algorithm. Like that started out, let me put my tools back. And we'll put that back too. Like naturalize is a good little algorithm. And I decided I wanted to have that on hand. Why do we have all this gravel? Maybe I'll think of something to do about that. And we got a hill overlooking this, and we don't need to have these. I can do another tree thing. By the way, you know, being on the spectrum like you, it's interesting. Like, I spent many years dealing with the struggle of maintaining relationships by just opting out and not doing it. I've done that for a long time. And what ended up happening was I learned that was something that I could do, but I also don't have to. And there are parts of me, and I'm not making a naughty remark there, but there's aspects of being Chris where I do need social engagement with other people. I am not that removed from human beings that I don't benefit from interacting with others. And there are challenges with doing that exclusively in an online way. And these are the challenges I've run into. In a lot of ways, I am one of your classic ideal people for having online relationships and having that be the thing. And it's generally worked. It starts as far back as Usenet, as news groups. I was the original newsgroup person. In fact, I was one of the people on the newsgroups Alt Fan Furry and Alt Lifestyle Furry, which is the dawn of time by now. Some of that stuff was before I had audio software up and running. Like, I had the desire to do this kind of stuff, but I didn't necessarily have the abilities. And in a lot of ways, I mean, I still don't. It's just that the stuff that I focus on is different enough from how most people do audio software that I'm able to come up with distinctive results. And that's really my main purpose with that is sometimes it's interesting to me how that kind of stuff works out. For instance, I have unusual viewpoints on digital audio. And by the way, I'm clearing out all of these so that I can start over and construct trees where I want them and figure out what I'm doing there. But the deal with hang on a second. I am not as good enough pronouncer of Cyrillic to be able to pronounce your name, but I can answer your question. There was something wrong with Subtite. The Subtite plugin is getting updated exactly the same way this coming Sunday. You will get an update to that as well. I'm quite looking forward to it, in fact. Unlike like in real life. If you fire a high-speed projectile into water, you can still kill these squids. I'm going to make one of my favorite styles of building, namely black glass and birchwood? Birchwood. It's a kind of modernistic looking thing. While we listen to the bird music, I am still not trying to run direct audio through here. You're just getting bleed. Because what I found is that people streaming, typically, it's so much about the person talking that pumping a lot of game audio isn't necessarily the best thing. Oh, I've got more wood up here. I know what's hiding in there. So I'm not as enthusiastic about this gravel beach thing. We're going to sort of trim everything. And this tree did have some extra bits of wood in it. DSP is interesting, like the thing that I'm currently contending with. And I could do some of that today. Like, one thing that I would like to point out is that although I am doing like Minecraft streaming and just doing that kind of stuff, and it's a good thing to return to, if I want to spend a bunch of time online doing a stream. Nothing is really stopping me from also doing the coding on DSP or anything like that. And the thing that I'm working with at the moment is, in fact, a variation on the Hull plugin. You know, as far as people saying I don't have a clue about audio, they can say that. I might not have a clue of the kind of audio that they do. There are certain kinds of things that it's like I'm friends with the Surge Synthesizer folks, but I'm the first to acknowledge that the stuff that they do is often over my head. It's usually not the audio-related stuff that loses me that they do. And one of the people get confused about purist gain, because that's the thing, is there are aspects of it that are let's see what I've got. Like, if you're using any of my plugins, then they're doing the same thing. If you are working in 64-bit, you could instantiate any gain plugin and it would be just as good. Purist gain is only relevant for 32-bit buses. If you're at a 64-bit bus, I mean, the purist gain that I've done, I'm pretty sure, I could check and see if anybody's interested. I'm pretty sure that it does, in fact, dither to the 64-bit bus. But there's really no win to that. Like, if you're on a 64-bit bus, there's no point. If you're on a 32-bit bus, what it's doing is it's dithering the floating point number to the output. That is a extraordinarily subtle thing to be doing, to the point of being a little ridiculous. And there's nothing so wrong with that. Like, the thing about, oh, I must have heard water flowing or something. Also, do I have any sand? I do have a little sand. That's a fine start. And there's some more, and there's some more. And more dirt. That's more than enough to get going with. See, where I depart from audio orthodoxy is often in the field of what can be heard by people and whether it matters. And there is major, major controversy and difference between, hi, where are you? I heard the roar of a zombie, and I don't know where it is. It's going to be in an underground cave around here somewhere, because it's not standing on these leaf blocks. I'll deal with that later. Maybe I can dig down and find it. Anywho, people do double-blind tests in order to work out what they consider to be significant audible sound. This is a normal thing. This is all well and good. That doesn't mean that my take on how that works is the same as everybody else's. In some cases, it is not. Oh, I should be able to fix the high CPU load. But I may need to fix the high CPU load by making it a fixed frequency thing that could go into another plugin. Good. There's been people using my stuff recently. There's somebody who was doing a, hello. Oh, that's never going to turn into grass block. Until I do this, and now it will eventually turn into grass block. I'm not liking that sand being there. I fairly recently had somebody warn me that a guy was making LV2 versions of the plugins and putting a GUI on them, and they were like, they're not crediting you. Is this a problem? Do we have to open up a can of, And the answer to that was no, they were in fact honoring how the license worked. Because you went to their you could do it even better, but essentially they were honoring how the license worked. Oh, hello. Aha. I think I remember this as part of the other I've played on this seed before, so I remember this place. Can make a nice little basement. after I light it the heck up so that it's not spawning mobs underneath where I'm at. That will suffice. And now, this is the way I got in. So I'll mine my way up, and then I will have some cobble. No, I won't actually, will I? Well, I'll mine my way up with this pickaxe, and then I will have cobble. Not that I'll be able to pick it up right away. And it is dark and scary out. Quickly sleep before the zombie swims over. Adam Navarian, I doubt it. That seems very unlikely. So much for him. So here's something that I can do. Get rid of some of these things. I certainly don't need, and be able to pick up some of these things that I can put to use. Yeah, I had a fellow using don't mind me, just fussing around a little bit here. The distraction is a thing. Yeah, I got warned because a guy was using my plugins, but when you got to their GitHub repository, and they did provide a link to source, and in the source they openly credited Airwindows in my work, and it's MIT licensed, so I consider that to be adequate. You have to give people access to the source. The whole point of open source is other people need to be able to build upon what you do. For instance, if somebody made a GUI version, for instance, using Juice or something like that, that was such a good project that if I downloaded it and attempted to build it, it would build for me, that would mean I would be able to do that. And Paul from the Surge Synthesizer project tried to do that. That's why I have a little sort of meter thing that I can no longer update because it stopped working for me. Students of yours are playing Minecraft. Absolutely, you'll be able to connect them to the server. The thing is that how can you shoot aerial using Snowball? This is the Snowball Madness mod. For instance, I can also do this. And that made a monster holding the thing that I have in slot 1, who is actually faster and meaner than most. And this is one way that it's a post-scarcity mod, where you have, any amount of whatever you might want. There's no limitation to the stuff that you can have, which is kind of open source like. The idea is that it's a little bit like what open source software is like. And that means that in using it or in playing on the mod, the challenges become very different. It becomes, what do you want to do, rather than struggling to be able to do. anything in particular. So like I can have my dirt, but I don't ever need to make a dirt grinder system, because if I want more, I can just hold a stack of dirt, make some of those guys, shoot them, they'll drop the stacks of dirt, and then I have 2 stacks of dirt. If I can have access to something, I can have access to any amount of it. It's also a little bit like plugins in software, where the way that works, if you instantiate a single plugin, you can have any number of copies of it. That is another way that kind of happens. I'm going to fuss around and see whether maybe I might want to fiddle with this a little bit more. Grow a grass block border. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, understand the idea of me having this here. It's not really primarily because I think that this is the most coolest mod ever, and so all the Minecraft kids need to be coming and playing on my server. There was a time when that would have been very exciting, but it stopped being what I was really after. Instead, it became sort of like, well, I'm going to hang out and spend time with people in this way. And that's more or less where that went. Let's see now. And that'll do. It's going to be more of a constructed lagoon here, but it still serves the purpose of being able to have squids. Oh, and that looks like clay. We could very possibly come up with something to do with clay. Making flower pots or such. Did I pick it up? Sure did. Can I make a Minecraft plugin? Kinda. Here's the thing. This mod was initially made by my brother. I'm not really hanging out with my brother at the moment. Politics in recent years has done many things to people's relationships, and I am another category of that, in that I know people who went to places that I have a hard time living with, so you can run into issues like that sometimes. But one of the things that happened with my brother back in this time when we were doing things is he wanted to come up with projects as a excuse or purpose for spending time together, because he wasn't comfortable just, oh hey, I'll come over and hang out. Like, he didn't drink coffee, so he couldn't come over for drinking coffee, and he wasn't comfortable with conversation, so he couldn't really just have conversations. It was the rules of this guy could be sometimes challenging. I am in some ways the same way, in a bunch of ways the same way, honestly, but when I talk of that, what I mean is that let's see, let's put these things away and then figure out what we're doing. One thing at a time. So I didn't make this Minecraft plugin. What happened is my brother, who is a professional programmer, he is a programmer so much that at one point he was talking to me about how I had made a video game, because that was one of the things that we were looking to try to do. And he bailed on me because he was like, what you're trying will never work. It's terrible. It's not going to happen. And that's typical for how my family behaves, by the way, which is one reason I'm not hanging out with them. And so I went and did it anyway. And he was basically like, this is astonishing. How could this be? I need to hang out with you more often and figure out how that happened, because the thing is, this exists now, but as near as I can tell, you don't think. So how could that have been made? And as amusing as it is to be like, I played a trick on you, the underlying idea of like, well, you're functionally retarded and don't think because I don't follow the same processes that he did, was uncomfortable. But what he calls thinking is how he got to having a working Minecraft plugin without having any special training on like how Minecraft works. It was never he doesn't care that much about the game. He doesn't play much. He plays things sometimes, but so with this guy, it was strictly about coming up with something to do with people he wanted to have an excuse to spend time with, because he couldn't spend time just to spend time. There had to be a functional purpose behind all of the activities, and that was a hard and fast rule. In fact, that's one of the things that I'm doing here, which is why I'm less stressed out when I'm trying to follow a train of thought and it just sort of shorts out and I'm like, well, I wonder what I was just thinking. Is I am enthusiastically leaning in to the not having a purpose side of things with this streaming. There's a bunch of things I can do. Well, you can easily call it awful. That's not unreasonable. That is also a modern day attitude, which I think is better for society than the way things used to be. Sometimes I have explained things or explained how my life went by saying that I had autism before they gave you a cookie for it. And by that I mean, and it is a sort of snarky, overly edgy way of saying it, I grew up in a world where I was not tolerated. Like, you didn't get to be like, oh, I have autism, so I need allowances, and I need to be helped in, any way, basically. I could use this. Oh, wait, there's more. And I would also like to have more stone, so I think what I'd better do is, well, one thing at a time. Get in here, pick up that coal. And we're going to do more of that snowball stuff. I have 4 stone, and this is the snowball game, and so therefore I can, in theory, spawn a guy who will then attack me, and he's carrying what I had. So now I have 8 stone, and soon I'll have even more. The way this mod happened was my brother wanted to do things with family. He may still be doing things with my other brother. Oh, God. It's an exorcist zombie there. And he made the underlying structure. And all of the stuff that is done here, and the basic concept of, oh, we should do this, was mine. It's like the difference between game design and this should be enough. It's like the difference between game design and game programming. Let's see. What shall we do here? We could do that. We could even put some steps in. So essentially, what I'm telling you there is I can make things like audio DSP, I can make things like Minecraft mods, but I'm essentially a designer, not a programmer. So if I can get a thing to compile and it builds the software artifact that does stuff, I can usually change it and direct it in ways that are useful and salient to what I'm doing. As far as starting off with the thing, that's not necessarily as easy, and sometimes it's not available to me. There's stuff that I could benefit from and would be really cool to have that I can't do. It's beyond my skill set. Let's not bother being up there. Video's thumbnail. How old? Because there's multiple contexts for that observation. Back in the day, I had a cat who was named Chironson. That is not a mispronunciation. The cat was named by a child. I was married at one point and had a stepkid. And kid named this cat Chironson, which was like 4-year-old for a monster, apparently. And when the marriage that I had broke up, and I've had a tendency of selecting people for relationships who had, remember how I said that, my brother behaved in this way and you said that's awful, and I was like, well, that's just what my family is like. One important thing to learn about people is that sometimes you can select intimate partners, people to be with who are like what you're used to. Oh, that was my last dirt block, huh? And that's not necessarily good. Like, you can go by people who are like, this feels really familiar to me. Oh boy, this is clearly the right person for me because they feel just like home. That's not always good. And I've fallen into that one a number of times. And so I married somebody who flipped out and was, threatened me with an axe at one point. There was scary stuff that went on sometimes. That was not for no reason, by the way, but it was not for adequate reason. And that cat is one of what? When I moved into this house with her, which is part of the reason I'm in a house like that, is that's the shape of the environment that ended up with. I had one cat who had been with me since I was basically just like barely out of being a teenager. And by the time she left, she had brought 9 cats into our house and 2 guinea pigs, and abandoned them all with me and didn't take care of any of them. And I ended up maintaining all of them for their natural lives. Some of them were outdoor cats, and 2 of them got hit by cars. I did not replace the ones that I lost. And I had gotten on with her because remember how I said my family was normally working certain ways, and these days you would count that as abusive. And so I related to other people who came out of abusive conditions. And this was one such person. So if anything that I did, including like being autistic and going into my room and shutting the door, if that was interpreted as hostility, there was nothing that I could do to really... I was not the person to be able to get through that stuff. To the best of my knowledge, nobody else has ever been able to get through that stuff with her either. Often that's just kind of the way of it. It's a tragic thing, but that's not unusual. People wind up just continuing to pursue their paths and continuing to do whatever the shape of their world is, whether that be, acceptable or horrible. Let's see, what else did I want to do here? That's one thing. Oh. We're going to be building a little house over here. Might be visible from that person's house. We'll see. Have you ever thought about making an EQ that can process either transient or non-transient action audio? All I would have to do is be able to define transients and generate them, and then separately EQ that stuff. So this is not unthinkable. That starts to get into the kind of complication where you would want to be able to either bundle stuff, know exactly what you were trying to accomplish with it so that it can operate on fewer controls, or let's see, what am I even doing here? Well, here's something I can do here. I can make a little stairwell. Excuse me. I'm still deciding what I want to do with this space. That's fine, though. You don't gotta have everything figured out. So kind of where my thoughts are with that is making an EQ that can process either transient or non-transient audio gets into that zone where you start to want to have more controls, and having a GUI would be more useful. Or simplifying the concept, so rather than just, it can process either transient or non-transient, it's like, well, why? What purpose is that to act? You figure out the reason behind the thing, and they go, this is now the plugin, and so this is directed towards, taking down only the brightness of the transients, or taking down only the brightness of continuous sound, but not the transients, which might be interesting. That would leave edges and points on things. I could have more pond-like area around here. This little islandy space is kind of something's going to be built on here. I'm going to put some kind of building. Not quite sure exactly what, but we're making great strides as far as filling in. We could extend out here. There's a thing, although grinding a little more of this could be handy. Come to me through the water. I'm going to push it into deep water if I'm not careful. Jump attack does not do anything for that, and it did not drop dirt either, which is unfortunate. Let's do things a little more dramatically this time. A little rapid side shuffle. There it is. Ooh, he hit me. See, that's getting a little closer than I needed, but this is absolutely enough dirt for what I was going to do. Interesting. So adding brightness without harshness. I wonder whether you'd want the brightness to be on the transients or not. I've been noticing an interesting thing. Some of the Reddit places that I'm hanging out, there is apparently an increasing trend for people to get all pumped up about how they don't like Soothe. It's fascinating for me because I kind of pioneered that. I was like, yeah, this is maybe not good. No, I'm not going to make one for you. You probably shouldn't be doing this. And next thing you know, out there in the wide world of Reddit, and now we'll allow the water to come out here. All of a sudden, people are complaining about Soothe. And that's amusing and interesting to me. So it's kind of like, hey, I'm ahead of the curve. See, what ended up happening with that is people started finding examples where it was super not helping, and I'm beginning to understand more clearly how I would characterize the sound of that particular plugin engaging in a way that's unhelpful. I'm beginning to be able to articulate that better. And I had a dream about like working with it had something to do with people using Soothe and a track that really shouldn't have that on it. And I forget the specific details, but you know, that literally showed up in my dreams. So here's the deal. Like, if you are God, what's her name? Give me a second, I'll think of this. It's a plugin. And I was reminded of this because a recent Nowhere song came out. And to my ears, it does this interesting combination of modern techniques and refusing to use modern techniques. The recent Nowhere song is a sort of a more chill song. It was a more relaxed kind of thing. And don't mind me exploring some thoughts. And on the one hand, the sense of time in this track is extraordinary. Like, it's led off with Rai, the keyboard player, playing some stuff that was really, the time sense on that was honestly quite unusual. It was an interesting approach to time from this guy. But then the mix of it felt very much like they had thrown Soothe on absolutely everything. And as a result, it was like Genevieve, right? Like the name I'm trying to think of the famous modern singer who does not project and sings very quietly and is a young girl who's only recently achieved stardom. Her name is escaping me at the moment, but I have a very particular person in mind here. If I can think of that name, it will help me, and I'll be able to explain what I'm explaining better. Billie Eilish. Thank you. Nailed it. If you are Billie Eilish, Soothe is your friend. What it does smooths out the way that you approach certain audio things. I'm going to mess with this a little bit. If you're Billie Eilish, Soothe will get a vocal sound for you. And I'm going to think of another name. This one I can probably think of myself, because there's an opposite example to that. Like, I can be quite certain that if you're Billie Eilish, Soothe will help your vocal tone. Whereas this other fella is the opposite. Let me see now. Well, I can start this. There we go. That should do nicely. In fact, let me continue to... Oh, hello. And let's sleep. So the Dillinger Escape Plan did an EP with a noted vocalist. He is the name I'm trying to think of now. And he's not one of the permanent vocalists, but he represents the other extreme from Billie Eilish. In fact, if you'll give me a moment, I'm going to go and look him up. Got it. This album. Irony is a Dead Scene by the Dillinger Escape Plan with Mike Patton. If you are Mike Patton, Soothe is your deadly enemy. Go and listen to anything that he does. Seriously, no matter what it is. It pretty much, he could be in a phase of being really mellow and chill, or he could be, This is famously the guy who initially hit with that song. You want it all, but you can't have it. And the intensity of the have it, that kind of rip to the voice, that kind of projection, that man has so much command over all that kind of stuff. And that's what Sooth takes away. It's really interesting. So, if you are Billie Eilish, Sooth is your friend. If you are Mike Patton, Sooth is your deadly enemy. And the recent Knower track that came out, Genevieve's vocal seems to have a lot of that. I really feel like there must be Sooth on Billie Eilish vocals. It feels like that's part of how you get that sound. Particularly, it's in the same way that, some folks have had a sound made up out of autotune. And you just extend the autotune until it's completely overwhelming, and that's their sound. Similarly, if you're a Billie Eilish style vocalist, one of the things that will help you is if you are bringing all of the harmonics up in an even way. Because you're not trying to project, you're not trying to get harmonics to jump out. You don't want to produce a belted sound. You want to produce a sound that's smooth and blends. Oh, I'm not sure how much preponderant would help Mike. I might have stuff that would work for his... send ResEQ too. Send Console MC. I specifically made Console MC so that it would be able to do that job. So that if you had Mike singing, and you had a track where you'd recorded the vocals, and when I try to sing, often that's one of the things I'm trying to do. I will often put in, I keep going back to Rise, and I'm usually doing the verses for showing people tracks. But you know how it has the bridge, and this amounts to somewhat spiteful, but it's more like, this amounts to somewhat spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares? And I had to get 4 foot away from the microphone to do that. That's how hard it projects. And I put that into my own music sometimes as well. Sometimes I want to put a brutal vocal rip in. That doesn't mean I'm good at it. That doesn't mean I'm good at singing in tune, all that kind of stuff. And it's tragedy, really. I wish I was able to be a better singer. That's not always something that is available to me. But, oh, hello. Oh, hi. Underground pool. You'll have to see it. How big of an underground cavern is this? Complete with a spring. We're going to leave that there. Cool. That's another reason I'm doing all of this live streaming. Because the thing is, if I fall into just only working on plugins, and I do that thing that see, now this is a name I know perfectly well. I was just talking about this man. Mr. Dude. Ben Jordan. If I do that thing Ben talked about, where I'm not speaking to anybody, I'm just working on stuff, well, it does come natural to me. Doesn't mean it's good. And one of the side effects of if that's you and if that's what you do is if you stop speaking, you're not going to be very good at singing because you're not using your vocal apparatus, and it's arguably important to the point where I want to take on things that I'm doing in my life that incorporate vocalizing so that I can also, when the time comes and it's time to sing a song, I'd like to have my vocal apparatus reasonably functional to where that's something I can do. Here's a thought. I wonder if I can have water flowing into this underground cavern from the other direction. That'd be amusing. So how far does it go? Okay, this is quaint. It knocked off a torch and everything. Do I have lots of stone? I have a little stone. I know, I'll harvest a little more and we'll make this into a little grotto. That'd be cool. Like top level. We'll fill in that ceiling when we get to it. Oh, it can all be stone, I guess. Why not? I'll figure out what we're doing. Maybe I'll do another diorite design. Some of the folks that I pay attention to have an amusing distaste for diorite. They're like, ugliest thing ever, which I'm not sure is the truth. It's just another kind of block, really. Where's my stone? Here it is. We could have sand in the bottom. Yeah. So again, that is something that Ben Jordan experienced, and that is something that I have also experienced. As far as wanting to be able to use one's voice and then having it atrophy because you spend too much time not ever speaking to other humans, which is its own funny concept. There's been plenty of time when I was like, I don't actually think I count as human, and that is not true. I do count as human, just an unusual sort of one, in a way that sometimes poses challenges but has its own pluses and minuses. Speaking of pluses and minuses, let me eat my way over here so that I can sleep. You know, a funny thing about that you've just mentioned, Fotis, is that I am not really even interested in Reaper's native JSFX format. Funnily enough. I do have lots of quartz block. Oh, it's something interesting that maybe I could do. Let's make quartz things. Well, first of all, let's make a bunch more quartz block. Because I'm going to make slabs and stairs. Ow. This is a Wendy's. Arby's, sorry. The joke is Arby's, not Wendy's. So let's have a bunch of those. And a bunch of these for starters. And see what we get. Maybe I'll extend that sandbar too. But yeah, it's like under here. And let's use the Silk Touch pick for that. We're going to have this still water, and then we're going to have half slabs underneath, so it's a little deeper, it seems, than it would otherwise. And then the edges are going to be stairs. So that'll be an interesting... I'm thinking in terms of the... there's this concept of pools and liminal spaces. Oh, that's extremely lame. I'm going to see whether I can't explore that a little bit. The water patterns around here are tricky. What's it doing going over there? Oh, hello. And hello to you too. And I need a water bucket to solve some of this. Look at that. I'm probably also going to want to make another cup of coffee for myself. Perhaps not right this instant, but before terribly long. And I remember one of the things I was wanting to do was mining that up, so let's scooch over to where we can stand on something solid to do it. I don't really need to get rid of those blocks, I just kind of am. We've got the enchants where I could be moving around more freely under here. This doesn't need to be as far down as that. Also, I keep hearing skeletons and things. The water current's pulling me over here. I am I'm probably going to need to use a bucket to straighten this area out. I wonder whether maybe that's something I should start right off with or not. Well, hello there. Look at you. Oh, I might as well just use the Silk Touch one for that. Oh, a current that's pulling me down into the hole. That's unhelpful. Check that out. We don't like it. No, we don't. And with a little iron, then I will have a bucket. Nice and quick. So we get in here, cover up that outside edge with stairs. That'll cover up that diorite, but not this granite. Sorry, did I say granite? Bits of it are granite, but bits of it are dirt. Either way, you're going to end up covering it up. By time spent, Minecraft would end up being my favorite game of all time. No question about it. I've just spent that amount of time derping around with it, partly because I have always had that interest of taking it and building new things into it. Again, this is post-scarcity Minecraft. It is a variation on Minecraft where I've modified it to do things such as, we're carrying too much stuff. Foolish amounts of stuff. Let's not. Actually, I will want stone after all. Again, with the enemy monster, who is going to... I should really be doing this at a lower XP level. Grinding these guys is... With all of the firepower that I've got, that still is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Because... I mean, although, if you think that's bad, you should see the skellies at this quality. Oh, hello, you dropped an ingot. Well, I could duplicate those instead. That said, we were going to... Got to do it one more time with the cobble. In order to generate a furnace, in order to cook this iron ore. With this coal. And we got that going on. Yeah, I mean, I got into Minecraft in like 1.7 or something. It's like really wildly early. I still have a vague sense of like being in this world, like, oh my goodness, and it goes on forever, and then the night comes and the dark happens, and it's like, oh no, and I'm like building a noob tower just to survive the night. Like, now what do I do? As I had that little idea of what was going on. Funny times. But we have now got more than enough of this to make the one of these to fix the water issue I have. Very good. I also need to put another log on my fire. I'll do that in a moment. Let me fix this first, and then I'll do that. Should be able to fix this by, or not. Come on. Well, we don't want that there. Why is my water so screwed up? That doesn't seem right. What's up? Oh, we are not happy water at all. This is like some 112 crap right here. Oh man. See? Our currents are terrible. So here's what we're going to do to fix that. We're going to put in our floor. And once we've done that, then it should be possible to fix it. Probably won't even look funny once I get done with it, but it will look a little lower. It'll be a different kind of pull than we're used to with the sounds of mobs. Unless I figure out how to solve that. And that will be a satisfactory thing to have done for the time being. That doesn't go there. Probably do need a block under the water. We'll see how that goes. Might just work. Oh, that didn't work. Well, we can but try. Bit by bit we progress. That doesn't go there. You've let go. We're going to have enough quartz slabs. I don't know if we're going to have enough. Probably won't have enough of the, well, hang on a second though. Well, you didn't even give me slabs. Jerk. That one did. And by slabs, I mean stairs. Yeah, time to jump over and fire stoking. Log in here, and we'll put this log. This one's too big for now. That one there. Hey, hello. Doorknob, first time here. I am a audio plugin designer who plays Minecraft on sort of relaxo streams where I can answer questions or just talk and hang out. You want a reverb plugin that emulates my fireplace? Yeah, so in practical terms, don't expect like gamer value here in the sense of me being particularly good at this, but on the other hand, this is a mod that I made. So there's that. And on the third hand, if you are a Minecraft fan and like this kind of stuff, the server is open, you can come. But you have to go to my Patreon and read the About page, at which point you will be learning a little bit about me. Actually, this stream is a very good way of learning all kinds of things about me. The conversation goes to all kinds of places. Oh, here we are with our bad water. But we might be about ready to fix that. And now it automatically fixed the box. Good. Good. The fireplace doesn't generate that kind of sound, unfortunately. It was a nice thought. Let's see. Look over here. Seems good. Well, ClearCoat does that for you. In fairness, you can't do that kind of thing with ClearCoat. Yep, fireworks reverbs, those are IRs. You can use those. Oh, no. No, there's a literal wood stove. It's interesting because it's like, I'm glad that it is a recent wood stove for a number of reasons, one of which is it's more energy efficient, but also old wood stoves are not, they're bad polluters. You don't want to be running one of those. It is a lot better to get into, like, I don't know, geothermal or whatever, do other things, rather than be like, I just want to make a wood stove because it's cozy. Like, well, I've talked about how the world I'm in is kind of like living in my little spaceship. And I'm not the first person to make that observation. Back in the day, there was a 60s guy who was like, Spaceship Earth. And that's a pretty accurate description of things, really. Oh, wouldn't it be interesting if I am speculating on some other things I could do here. As much as I am making this kind of generic looking stone area, we could also use even more slabs. And make a sort of weirdly fake space. Oh, hello, darkness. My old friend. Let's go and sir. Smoke-free fire. If I could figure that out, it would be nice. That would be a good thing to have. I wouldn't be surprised if you got, see, K-plate is one of, there's a bunch of things going on, especially in the K-plates. Those are the ones that are meant to replace what people do with the waves plates. So they ended up with a bunch of extra processing. Not what I would consider a really accurate plate at all. Just not a bad thing. It's like, okay, that's fine. It is a fine thing to have. But I don't see it as being a very accurate one. And yeah, maintenance is an important thing. There is a guy that comes to clean my wood stove, and there may come a time when I won't be able to use him any longer. He is old like me and wants to retire. But you need to find somebody to clean your stove, to sweep the chimney. He is a noted chimney sweep. He brings these little plastic tchotchkes around and sneaks one into your place when he's done. I kid you not, that is actually a thing. So let's see. So if we were to also do this area here, I'm just doing funny things at this stage. No real purpose to it. Got more quartz. Have not yet begun building the house I was going to build, but first things first, one thing at a time. First thing is let's dupe more stacks of this in our traditional manner. Oh, look at you. You dropped a... What I would like to see some of these guys do is show up in chainmail. I'm really hot to pick up that power. The power of chainmail compels you. Let's have more stone while we're at it. Make another bunch of these and another bunch of these. Yeah, I love to see folks exploring ideas of things in chat. Oh, I remember something I was going to do. Zoop over here in a big hurry, because we are not going to continue using torches for everything. Oh, and look, like diorite and stuff. That might work. Yep, there's diorite, all right. I'm thinking that can be my wall, and this is what I wanted. Glowstone. There we go. Let's gather up more diorite while I've got it. If I've got it. There we are. A little duping ought to do me. Here is where I normally should be doing duping, where it is relaxing and safe. At least until I hit the experience level where all of a sudden they're baby zombies, at which point they will leap over that barrier and attack me. But for now, let's see, where would it have gone? There they are. I was making sharpness V's for my friend in the house over here. We'll just drop them there for anybody who wants to come by and use them. See, aqua affinity, that's what I could put on my boots, which are almost gone. Maybe they shouldn't be gone. I've got XP levels. I've got diamonds. Let's amend that, shall we? All of these things are just about used up. Let's burn a bunch of XP levels, and oh gosh, look at that. Why, that's a lot required to do this. And you can't actually fix these, can you? But I can replace it. And I can grind more. Respiration thorns, probably useful. Here we are, newer one. Here we go. don't think we can fix elytras in this one, but I do have lots of other elytras somewhere. Here. Oh, wait, I remember how we fixed them. We fixed them with each other. Oh, and there's where all of the diorite was. There we go. Put this with one like it, and we will soon have it in fine shape. And now I have much lower XP level, so if I grind zombies and things, they are not that intense. Oh, Luca with a bunch of ideas in here. I am unaccustomed to being this magically weak, but I am prepared to go on. Because we're going to be doing a thing. We're going to do diorite highlights here. And apparently a little bit of dirt. Oh, getting a little dark. I think it's about time for sleep. Kind of digging the lower XP power. Yep. You can get a slew by taking the difference between any two samples. Look at 80 clip, no, not 80 clip, clip only 2. Clip only 2 is spacing it out a little bit if you're at a higher sample rate, so that we have the same level of differentness rather than the smaller level of differentness from a higher sample rate. Oh, need to include some of these. We can have some nice underwater lights there. Hang on. Hang on. That's not where that goes. Slew encode decode pair is what I tried to do with console 5. The problem with slew encode decode pair is you have to figure out what to do with pathological conditions. By that, I mean things like sawtooth waves. Sawtooth waves have incredibly intense slew in one way and like none in another. So anytime you're working with that, it can pose its own kinds of challenges. Or diorite. Hang on. Actually, that was unnecessary. Or was it? Oli et al., when you say this, is there any way you could explain Ilia 5 this? Define this. Are you asking what is slew? That is something that I could explain. I am quite certain of that. Oh, look at all of my new stuff. Yay. What is slew? Basically, a sound is like air that is moving from one pressure to another. I bet I could make this work better. What if I do this? No, apparently not. But actually, that is what I wanted to do. I'm figuring out how to do this without breaking this source block. Well, that ain't right. But that is. So if we start with the idea that slew is air pressure changing from one pressure to another. And if we're doing plugins, we represent that by a number changing from one value to another. That should suffice. Ooh, we got a lot of... Yeah, Lucas Ipo, that's what happened to me with Console 5. Yeah. That is what will happen to you. That's one of the things I've been struggling with in recent plugins that explore that area, is that if you're working with slew and encoding and decoding and squishing and compressing and doing things with it, it will very often start doing stuff like that. So slew is how fast a pressure changed from one place to another. That's the gist of it. A high pass filter will be what you use to fix DC offset. Yes, correct. DC is the lowest of low pass you could possibly have. Well, that's assuming that there is an underlying problem, because the thing about it is that you can have an algorithm that will just inherently generate that under some circumstances. It's 11:02. I think I'm getting almost to the point of chopping down that tree, but also making another cup of coffee. And I do believe I have successfully made this little pond grotto thing, for what that's worth. Oh, I can make a deep end. How would that be? Shall we make a deep pool? There's a thought. Neat. So a JFX port exists doing cool stuff. Good. Bit of a downflow here. we've got full blocks, so this is easy. And voila, the deep end. Although we can go even deeper and have it be a secret entrance to an underwater base. That could be fun. A DC offset fix filter could be a couple of things. I have a plugin called DC Voltage, which if you knew exactly what the DC offset was and were able to match it, you can just apply another voltage to compensate. There are analog devices that work in that way. Oh, I know exactly what I want to do. Never mind this two-step stuff. We're going to go steeper. We've got enough stairs. Interesting. 25 days solving programming puzzles? Well, that'd be good for design puzzles. I'm not sure if I'm solving any programming puzzles anytime soon. Got to go a little farther. Should put a door down here. It's dark. One challenge with dealing with something that's producing DC offset is that you probably want to remove the DC offset but not just take away all the base. Like if you stuck slew only onto a audio thing, that would successfully remove the DC offset. It would also take out all the bass and everything else. So you want to keep the bass, even low bass, but remove the DC, and there's the challenging part. And down we go into Good thing I have that respiration, huh? However, I can't see nothing. But I can probably fix that. Now I can see. Steep downflow. Do I have my bucket on me? No, I don't. I might want that. What you often want to do if dealing with DC offset is have something that will automatically figure out what the level it is that you want and fix that. That is pretty normal as far as being confronted with needing to fix DC offset. Don't know how my box of quartz got so scrambled. We gotta swim down here in order to be able to dig this. There's a sound of a something. Those aren't supposed to be there. Okay, that's working. So which direction does it go? Signs, need signs. Also, I feel like my ability to flit about is somewhat inhibited, so therefore we're going to do a little XP grinding. Whee! There, now I can yeet about a little bit more briskly than I was. Signs, signs, that's what I was saying. See, this is why I need to talk more often, is so that I can do anything with the vocal apparatus without it going horribly wrong. Or some form of horribly wrong, I suppose. See, now that's interesting. We have a slot from which the water comes, or at least that's the way it looks. And we'll live with that. And then now that we're down here, we can go through like this. Also going to be wanting a number of things, really. But here's one. Whatever this is, it's called Subaqua. As long as it exists, because it is possible for all of this to get obliterated pretty quickly and easily, honestly. But hasn't been obliterated yet, so here we are. Oh, maybe I want diorite for some of this, or yeah, I mean, there's some more diorite right there. Maybe that's a hint. Total hint. Clearly this is what we want. And my concern is if I mine too greedily and too deep around here, what's going to happen is I'm going to break the, well, maybe I'll break the source block for that fountain. Maybe not. And one thing I know that I want is visible quartz block around here. Got that. Quartz block down here and under here. And let's have inverted stairs. I know how to do that. Oh, and that ain't how. Let's try it again. Can probably do with another log on the fire. And I wanted some diorite, but I won't need it up here. And I wanted quartz block there and here. So we got to do that over. Not like that. Not like that. Come on. And back to our now, who knows what any of this is actually for, but we're making it. And we're going to want it to be dark getting up to this place. Oh, here's an interesting thought. At which point we need a little more here. And we're going to want our slabs. And I apparently have one glowstone. I'll put that there for now. And over to mass quantities of diorite, which I don't really have. Well, I'll go hang out there for a moment and throw another log on. Getting to be close to time to make another cup of coffee too. Oh, I just had an idea. might be amusing. This could be an amusing idea. Same with the same aesthetic of everything else here. We've got a bunch of these, and we got a bunch of these, and I should be able to grind me some more, like this. Like this. I think I may have made a zombie that swam up. Or went into here? No. I'll deal with that momentarily. Slew limiting the clamps down to a sign rather than a triangle is literally what I was trying to do with sinew. Hence the name, sign slew. That's not what happened, but that was what I was approaching. That was the intent. Hang on. Not exactly what I had in mind. But we'll get there. Back to a regulation block. Yeah. Maybe not that enthusiastic about that after all. Some of what I'm doing here is in the process of making unusual shapes that offset you by half of a block. That said, after a little more obvious doubling, sir, really, it's more difficult than it's supposed to be. Hey, Omnitone. Yep. All manner of weird stuff. It's old textures, but it's also... Yikes. Kind of a weird new way of playing this game. Can we... Yep, that appears to work. Or does it? Oh, I remember what happened. I'm figuring out why certain things did certain things. Bing, bing. Ooh, is it that right I want? I don't think so. Not right there. Nor do I want that. Nor do I want that there. Boy, I'm just derping up a storm. Look at that. Silk touchback means never having to say oops. One of the things I'm working on at the moment is another derivation of hull, because I feel like if I'm doing that style of processing, I should be able to do it in such a way where I'm taking advantage of the ability to do, say, 4s and 8s and 16s of averaging and add using them, but I'm using shifting of bits to calculate the values in the intermediate stage. And I feel like that might get me somewhere I want to go. Oh, oops. Oops, oops, oops. And I would like more of these than I have. I would also like to pick that up, thank you. Can we not? Minecraft calculations for the lose. Okay. Well, that's not right. But that hints, well, maybe that hints a little too hard. It's mighty visible down there that something's up. My hope is that that could be somewhat sneaky, but it is not nearly as sneaky as I thought. but I'm still going to need more glowstone, so just enough power to be flipping about madly and decide, no, extra stone, and this much diorite, probably no, extra stone, granite, don't need those iron ingots, shouldn't need that bucket, won't need that. I am not sure why K-Plate would make you think of Studio Ghibli. Maybe they did some recording in Abbey Road? I do like the concept of that it is whimsical sounding. It's a fairly good usage of that. Oh, all of a sudden we have a subway train down here somewhere. Let's have you. And let's have that roof also be diorite. Let's have all of this stuff be diorite. How about? Sure, mine's quick. This is a passage to somewhere. Yeah, I mean, people hate this texture, but I mean, I don't know. Like now we come into here. And that's kind of funky. Hello. We found our way to somewhere. Alrighty then. Yeah, that tunnel definitely led somewhere, didn't it? Maybe a little bit in the way of regular torches. And we'll see where this goes. Nice finds. How about snowballing up some more torches? Well, that's not actually giving me more torches, though. Let's get some stone down here. We're going to extend this tunnel because it has somewhere to go now. That we will. Hey, Axolotl Rose. Air 2. Okay, so Air 2 is based off of the concept that the energy plugin does. It's a slightly more limited version of exactly that. So rather than being strictly an EQ, Air 2 is doing kind of something else. It's these little calculations that repeat themselves. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need those there. And I don't need that there. Figuring out a little more about what shape this is supposed to be in to continue as a tunnel. So the algorithm that's being used there is not a traditional EQ algorithm. It's more or less something else. It's more like an exciter than anything else. That's what Air 2 is. That's funny. I had a feeling that I was heading towards another cave, and yet I am not finding it. Or am I? I am not. Okay, so there was cave up here, and then it goes across. So why isn't it going in? There we go. Got there. And I don't even have to mine this stuff up. But I can mine that stuff up. Not that I really need to, though. Yeah, I'm trying to do something cool with it. I definitely want it to be a cool passageway leading to somewhere. And we have an actual cave in here, meaning that this is a place that it absolutely can lead to. Go right over here. And something interesting can transpire from showing up here. And I was wanting a little more in the way of light, so we can cheat on that a little bit. I may not be able to place torches conveniently, but I can place these and I have a Silk Touch Peck on me. That's 52 glowstone right there. So one of these guys can go there. This can go there. Probably not going to want to keep that. Oh my, look at that. That light's not going very far at all, is it? Well, the torch is good at fixing lighting glitches. And that's as much light as we need to put in this cave right at the moment. But maybe over here we need a little more. Missed me, but I'm not going to miss you. Gotcha. I don't think so. Ah, there's the rest of the light. I'll take that back. You and your fancy magic bow. No, sir, do not want. So I may be a little bit lost in these tunnels, but that's okay. I know I went past here. I've got some nice vines here. And then we come through here and finish this out. Although I'm going to have to take a brief break. Tell you what, let's get to noon and then I'll put that hourglass on and go about taking care of various things to take care of. Pit stop and make another cup of coffee. I'm kind of thinking in terms of what can I do with this that'll have it be interesting. Bing bong bong, bing bong bong. And then we just need plenty more of our quartz stairs, of which I've still got lots. Need more. Alrighty, well, it's only 11:55, but I am going to take a minute or 10. It's pit stop time. Back in a bit. Gonna be getting some more coffee too. Hey, got my coffee. It took me pretty close to the time in the hourglass to do my pit stop and get my coffee and get ready to roll, so all things good. I see we've got some talking. Did I learn programming from early on, Chris? Says John Smith. I was programming when I was like 11 or 12 on an Apple II Plus in BASIC. So I'm like Atari Wave Gen X, and so that's what came about. And my folks were computery enough that that was something that I could do, that it was possible to be a kid into computers and have it be like, okay, here, play with your Apple. I have on cassette tape, by the way, seeing as I'm mentioning I have on this kind of tape, so I've got one of these now. I'm going to be making test recordings onto this sucker. It's nothing particularly special, but it's some kind of Yamaha or whatever, but I've got one now. For a long time I have not had one. It apparently has a bias adjustment knob, which is fascinating. 2 recording level knobs. It'll do Dolby B or Dolby C. And I'm not sure what an MPX filter has, but it has one of those too. So yeah, apparently a fairly fancy cassette deck as these things go. And we're going to be experimenting with that. That said, I have on cassette tape a copy of Microsoft Typing Tutor. So I've got pre-PC Microsoft software. And let's see. Back to here. Yeah, yin. Photos is correct. This is not so. It's always important for me to have a community that knows things and has ideas of its own. So that is very important. Meanwhile, what am I doing here? Maybe I should try expanding in this direction too. Interesting. Are we going to get flooded if I keep doing this? No, but we're going to reach daylight. Interesting. Now, where is this? We're in Snowball Madness, so there's a quick way to find out where this is. That's where it is. That's kind of amazing, actually. Oh, no, it's not. No, that's literally in just the outside edge of here. So I probably can't tunnel underneath this. That's okay. we will do is place some dirt or something, anything. And then rebuild. Okay, that's interesting. There. And there's another path to daylight. And another place to put that. How many of these are there going to be? Not that one. Oh, another path to daylight. Oh dear, worse than that, another path to water. And so much for that there should be a torch around here somewhere. Oh, heck with it. I have plenty of glowstone. I'll just use some of that. Fine, it's fine. There is... I'm not picking that up because my inventory is too full. That's why. And we need to fix some of this, but I don't have the stuff on me to do it, so let's get ourselves over to here. I thought I was showing up here, but I was not. And let's just start dumping a whole bunch of stuff. That said, I can make this into iron. That stone pick is on its way out. Well, hold on a second. I'm going to need this. Well, maybe not so much blocks of quartz, but I'm sure going to need more diorite. I'm going to need glowstone. Probably not stone so much. I've already used a diamond and I don't need more of that. Dirt and gravel. I need to fill in the mist that I made. I don't need that flint. Or dirt and sand, more like. And there we go, we put that back. Making that was a mistake. I dug too greedily and too deep, as they say. Man, espresso was yummy when you are a big coffee fancier. Yeah, so our thing actually comes under spawn, so I'm making a base that extends under here, which is not necessarily wise because the amount of damage that people can do at spawn is enormous if they're trying out their things around here specifically. That is arguably a terrible idea. Oh, can we? I can apparently not put mushrooms on things. Okay. We'll put them in there. Ooh, obsidian cave. Let's make a scary obsidian cave, folks. We can't do as cool things with it, but boy, we've got a whole bunch of it, and that also means we can make nether portals in it. If we so want. Just randomly put a nether portal in the middle of the room. I'm also contemplating the idea of doing some non-Minecrafty things, seeing as that is also an option. Also stuff we can do. A little more sand. Actually, while we're at it, let's fill in that final bit. Gimme. Thank you. Boop, there we go. So if you go down this way, we get Sub-Aqua. And this is the part that's under spawn. Oh, look, we got vines growing over glowstone. We can make this be cool looking. Whereas going the other way, we're going to go to something else, which is not nearly as deep. And it's not actually labeled Sub-Aqua, but it's going to be something else. So what's my pattern here? Down a set of stairs, so we'll do that. We'll match the other path partly, but then also partly not match it. How about? So instead of Sub-Aqua, the next one is a bunker or something. That is, if I can even place the sign. Let's see whether we can place the sign. Let's place some dirt. And some more dirt. And the sign. Well, now hang on a second. See, this is based all out of white, and so we'll do the other one and base it all out of obsidian with just the occasional accent. then our sign. See, the funny thing about this is that in Snowball, it does not matter that I'm building it out of Obsidian. I could just about build that out of Bedrock and it wouldn't help. But it's aesthetic. Oops. And we can only go this far in. So we'll get ready to do just that. And same deal, where's my roof? My roof is literally at that top edge. So there is first a, well, no. Commit to the bed. That one is white edges and that one is black edges. It's quite visible, but then from up here it's not as obvious. Do you choose Sub-Aqua or do you choose the bunker? Let's use up this pick. And that used up the pick. Here's some more ink for me. I have not forgotten what I said initially, which was that I was going to build a thing with birch wood and black glass. So that's a reason to start on the black glass, or at least have some of it. There's some more coal. There's your sand. That gets us started. And you cannot make let's see now. So our mob making stuff is intact. We're not going to be building things out of quartz stuff at the moment. We're going to go for this kind of thing, but instead it's going to be obsidian, and I need another brick stair, which I've got. Actually, I think I probably have some where all the amazing horses are at. Unless I don't. I guess I don't. But I have some birchwood planks, and those were the things I was going to need anyway, so I'll just take those now. Horses are jealous because I'm more amazing. Biff. See, I know I've got some nether brick stairs stashed away somewhere. Clearly plenty of obsidian. I could make nether brick out of that. I think I saw 4. Let's see whether I duplicated any. Or maybe I've got it stashed away here. Ooh, soul sand. And there's another brick. There's some more slab. Gotta love chests. I had nether warts somewhere. I'm sure I did. Did I have some and I stashed it in here? A lot of extra dragon eggs. I don't really think I need that in there. Where's our kind of fancy? There's another rack. I know I had another wart somewhere. More dragon eggs, yeah, fine, you can go there. More anvils. Whole bunch of grass block. Random iron ingot, okay. I know I had nether, all of these different things. Well, I can get nether stairs now. I have the required ingredients. Bingo. Got it. Beg your pardon. Not appreciating your input at this time. In fact, let's pass the night. Yeah, one thing I was most definitely contemplating was doing a bit of my music work as well as this. I mean, I can most certainly do plenty of this, and I'll return to this. It's more low pressure. But I can also do some of my maintenance stuff. How's that coming? It's coming okay. So more slabs, more diorite and such. Was wanting some of that stuff. All this is coming together. More ink. So I'm going to want lots more nether brick, and I'm also going to want more of that. And this is how we generate that nonsense. That guy didn't drop anything. If I let them charge me, then I can load up on stuff faster. Add a challenge. See, if I get too close to it, then the arrows don't work. There's a range at which the arrows work. That was new. Didn't expect that. That was entirely unexpected. Well, there you go. bunch of stairs. Bunch of obsidian. Bunch of chests. And I'm going to want to dupe up some more soul sand because we're going to have some netherwort growing stuff in there. And that's the way of doing it. Geometric progression is your friend. Eight, 16. 32, and then you got a full stack. And then we got 2 stacks, because why not? And a little more ink. Oops. Bing. Dee dee. Yeah, the maintenance thing I'm thinking about doing is I've been getting ready to do some remixes of stuff, and I took something that I had initially done in Console MC. First of all, first things first, where's my thoughts here? Oops. Well, fine. Obsidian it is. It would be just as quick. Oh God, are we going to have... No, guess not. Maybe not. Nope. Earth. Because you gotta mine, right? Wherever possible, one must mine. Always mine. Where's my little shovel? There it is. Now, is this going to collapse the world? Yes, it is. But in this case, not in such a bad way. So let's just build something a little more tolerable here. Up, he says, in foolish error. Where's my dirt? I don't have dirt. Oops. And let's see where this gets me. Exactly the same problem. Well, one thing about it, we're eventually getting through. feels a little bit like ridiculousness. Oh, what are you going to do? Ridiculous it may be, but that's just how it be. We'll put that sand in there momentarily. Maybe it would be easier to do this from the other direction. If this is how it's going to be, then let's just... Come on, then. What even is all of this? Oh, I can think of something that would be cool to do. We'll put glass in. Okay, so can't really do that so much. I can have a glass window that looks out upon this base area here. You can watch squid swim around. That will be actually cool. Oh, and we got a bunch more clay, huh? I'll take clay. Funny thing about this is just the playing of the game, because I can duplicate as much of this as I want, and I probably have, yeah, 2 stacks. I don't need any more. It is pure silliness even to be doing that. Over to my bed. I have now got too much power, and I'm eating myself around randomly as I try to move. So, glass. Oh, look, more sand. Well, it was black glass I was talking about, so let's get going on that. That should do nicely. It's duping time. So the getting derailed into all different kinds of directions is part of the experience of all this, but that's also part of the experience of me doing my regular work, so I'm used to it. For instance, I cleared this out with the specific intention of being able to make a Y-shaped path that can go over here to whatever I choose to build over here, probably with the black glass and birch. But down here we're doing black glass wall and a lot of nether stairs and obsidian. In order to do any of those things, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 slots still left. So we're going to do some stacks upon stacks of black glass. just to be sure that, excuse me, that was supposed to give me the stack of black glass, and it did not. But that one did. Look at you running backwards at me. Doing a full The Shining at me. Or not The Shining, no, Exorcist. And now everything is full of black glass, so let's put half of it away. And don't need the flint. Can spare some of the clay, and that's now filled up too. So here we are. We'll extend this out a little bit this way. Clay wall, check that out. And hello. I was underwater for too long. Fancy that. Startling. Did my respiration 3 go away? No, I just spent too much time underwater, that's all. So will this be just totally ruined if I kind of take it all away? I'm not sure if I like that so much. I'm not sure if I'd want to do that. I do know I don't need to carry all of that clay around, so let's... But of all the quartz. Excuse me. Let's start getting my glass wall in here. Oh, that is sand. Tell you what. We'll rebuild after we figure this out. Oh, look at you. We've now reshaped this a bunch. Interesting. So if we take this down at this far, better. We're going to put a roof on and then figure out what to do from there. That's a lot of gravel over there. Not sure if I like that. What is over that? Well, that's awesomeness. Okay, we've got space in the inventory. How about we just start going after everything that looks like it's going to be gravel or sand. And we're going to replace it with a nice little rock formation. And sand goes on top of that. That's not going to leak. And then we'll figure out where we're going from there. This is a pretty deep, sandy place anyhow. Okay, over to the correct tool to use. And here is that other stuff that will not actually leak everything out. What Minecraft version is necessary to enter the server constellation? You go to, well, presumably you already have if you're asking that question. You got to go to my Patreon to find the address, because that will change. It is not a static IP. I would have to pay for that. That's just a thing that's running in my house. And you need 112. This is 112. What does this look like from the other side? Okay, it does step out to the side. And I still do have some more nether stairs. They're right here, so I'm ready to use them. Definitely got a little space for putting a little more of this in. I'm using what? Well, this isn't even. This is the lunar version. Optifine would also be fine. If by what that you mean is you want to use a hacked client and do crazy griefy things, I would reconsider doing that, simply because what this is already able to do is so weird anyhow that there's not a lot of point of doing a hacked client. That said, I don't think there's any particular restriction on what you can or cannot enter with. So, like, we shall see. There we go. And I am now fed up with that being there. So, there we go. And debunker is where you do squid watching, apparently. And we'll get to that. But I do have some work to do first before that's even going to be a thing. So we get... Oh, I need to sleep, don't I? I'm not sure what polymc means. Nor am I sure what invalid session would mean. I don't know, do the best you can, see what you can make happen. I am going to think in terms of what we can do here. Oh, fair enough. See, one thing I'm probably not able to do is revising the client or revising the server in such a way that it'll work with whatever client that is. If it doesn't work with it, then I would try something else. Not because I meant to do it that way or because I meant to have it not work, just because I don't know how to make it work. Okay, so let's see. What should this be? I think our glass roof starts here. This far down. That's good, can't see it too easily. Then we can have a little more here. And maybe that could be as far as that extends. And then we'll build from under there. Or here. And a little more sand. Come on. Thank you. Whew, just in time. Now let's mine away this space a little bit. That's as far to the side as that stretches. This requires more careful handling, or possibly not. All right, there we go. There we go. This is likely going to be changed. Oh, I can see something I can do here. Let's just put more obsidian up there. How about? Including here. And we're going to have more of this. Including right up to here. Let's see now. Am I already having to duplicate more nether brick stairs? I bet I am. Oh well. Nothing to it. And no, I don't really need this, but I know I can put it up with spawn. Oh, there's more. And there's more. I got to mine up all the coal. It's Minecraft. How can you not mine up all the coal? What would we do if we couldn't mine up all the coal? Let's see now. More nether brick stairs, please. I repeat, more nether brick stairs, please. Not just attacking me for nothing. And then not dropping the loot. Thank you. Machine learning for use in plugins to obtain analog sound. Only to an extent do I find that related. Like I'm doing software-assisted work for my reverb algorithms. The reverbs that I'm making come out of a program that I've run, which I could easily run again, and I could show you. I wonder how dark it is. Is it night? I'm feeling like it might be night. I've written a program to help me find better reverb algorithm constants. It's kind of machine learning-y, but I have to write the fitness functions for it. It's pretty normal for doing something like that. Oh, hang on. Not so fast. Ping, 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 ping. And now, how do I resolve this positioning? Maybe with just a regular nether brick. And same on the other side. And maybe a big old slanty I'm wondering what happens if we just can look up here, but we can't really get up here. How much space does that even leave? This might not be a large space once I'm done with it. Like I've mined out a whole bunch, but then I'm filling back in again. More regular nether brick. There's plenty of it. Like that. Some of this can just plain straight up be obsidian. Ah, God, more. Got to mine up all the coal for no good reason. Not like I need it. I'm just offended by it occupying my walls in this way. There we are. Here's my full stack of obsidian, so let's have a little more. There's a little more. Oh, don't want that. So eliminating it without the... In this particular question you've got, will AI be able to solve the aliasing problems? No, and I'll tell you why. AI as it's currently practiced is doing nothing but bringing up the received wisdom of humans. Maybe I will at some point. AI most certainly will not. It is recombining what humans are already able to do. That's a substantial weakness. That said, we're not doing that badly as far as sound is concerned. We're relatively okay as far as sound is concerned. Like, what we have available is not so bad. I mean, it's a bit sad because what we've got currently isn't even really robots. It's just kind of something else. It is recombination of verbal ideas that humanity has had at some point, which is cool in its own right. Like, this is not a bad thing. It's just that there's limits to how practical and how useful that can really be. Oops. Here we go. Now here's where we can go to watch squid. Pretty decent view of the outside water. I could probably even put in with a bit of work, put in a way to enter and exit here. Thing is, we couldn't use the glass because we need to put signs. Also, I'm not happy with this. I like that better. This, on the other hand, might be a problem. Sure enough. We'll figure out how to solve that in a minute. Oh God, this is more of a trouble than I thought. And now to patch what we've got out there. I'm going to keep going through instead of up. There we go. Here's my sand. Where is that from? I think that's from over here. Sure enough. Oh, wrong thing. Or we could cut this down here. And then we'd have slightly more wide view. And that might be cool. We can fill in some of the sand in the bottom here. So it's not super obvious. It'll be even less obvious once I get something down there for concealing the color of it. So all that stone shows up quite obviously, but the other stuff not so much. Constellation, I quite agree with your perspective there, and I am working on trying to resolve that in a variety of ways. It's an interesting challenge, it really is. I have had theories about this, and I've talked about them before. Ooh, let's start doing some of this. Let's continue evolving this space. I've got designs on this. Here's one of them. Let's take this all down a little farther. And get these nether brick stairs back out here. With a bit of a luck, I can do something along those lines. And that's like, I like to joke around, like in my copious free time. These are things that I will do. Hang on. Got designs on how this should go. Something like that, and then does it go back as soon as I do this? Yes, it does. So that's unfortunate. That said, since it's a transparent block, that also means if I do have to have that, I can do interesting things with it. Now that can stay. Yeah, Constellation. Try my recent stuff like Console MC or Console MD. That's one of the things I'm actually looking to dig into a little bit more. I have designs on doing Console MC a little bit more. Oh, that's not in the right place. Oh well. Gotcha. Very good. So the stuff that I'm doing, and a fair amount of it is directed towards, highs, mid-range, and so on and so forth, but I should be able to deliver what you're looking for in recent console versions. I really think that the specific improvements that I've made should be able to take us in that direction. It's certainly my hope. Hidden lighting here, hidden lighting there. Oops. That seems weird. Why won't you stay? Oh, I know what to do about that. I mean, I do have specific intentions to get some of these things working really properly. Oops, hello. Stuck. Oh no. Hidden lighting there. So much so, does this become dark? And it kind of does. If standing right here is light 4, then that light is not actually doing its job. Okay. Well, then never mind being non-obvious. Let's go for super obvious. Bing. There, now we've got lots of light in here. It's just very visible from outside, but whatever. And we've got a special trick. We could stash a bunch of soul sand in here. Because, of course, it doesn't have to be much. We just need a tiny little bit. And having done that, we'll plant all our nether wart. Oh, we got a nice little farm. See, my theory on that constellation is that this has a lot to do with audio needing to go through processes that act like air, or other things that end up taking you in such a place where it corresponds to what you get out of the sound of air, music passing through air. If you go to a concert hall and listen to a symphony orchestra, and you listen to like the Triangle or something like that, well, that's not necessarily going to be a sound that is exactly like what you'd have if you placed it right next to a microphone. What can we do here? That won't get you the same thing at all. Oh, interesting. What building materials do I have? Well, I've sure got a lot of stone. I'm not needing these dark materials at the moment, but I've got loads of stone. This was the area I was fixing to make like a sort of club. Oh, interesting. I can climb back up, can't I? Kinda. Almost. Almost there. Got there. So if I had my shears, I'd be able to get as much of that vines as I wanted. That might be a good idea. Ooh, darkness. We're likely to be eaten by the proverbial grue. Or not. A seedy place. That must be from the nether rack. So let's see. So we got this. Oh, this is literally what I was talking about, being able to watch squid from in here. Gold ore, flint chests. This glass can stay here, I think. Not quite house building yet. We're getting there. Actually, we're getting to where I should go and grab another cup of coffee before it's too late in the afternoon. Yeah, there is many interesting thoughts around what people can and can't hear and what they might want or not want. Let's make some bricks. So we're done with the dark materials, maybe back into the light materials. There are many things that get in the way of the field that we want. It's a matter of degrees. I think people can hear way more deeply into sound than is traditionally expected, but there's still limits. It goes really far, but it doesn't magically go to where you can always immediately tell when there's problems with something in the digital domain. So this is why I say, if you're excited about purest gain and you're running on a platform that's a 32-bit bus platform like Core Audio on macOS, then you can be excited about purest gain. If you're running purest gain in something like Reaper that runs a 64-bit bus, you're wasting your time. You don't need to run purest gain on something like Reaper or on something that is running a 64-bit bus because you have enough. Let me see now. Still thinking about what I want to do here. Put some of this stuff away. Maybe duplicate myself a little more glowstone while I'm at it. If it'll let me. Seems like that didn't want to drop glowstone. This one will. Or not. Huh. What's up with you guys? There you go. Dropping a little glowstone, making some more. In particular, see, the deal with aliasing is people will do what they do to address aliasing by doing filtering and oversampling and a lot of stuff that is just such a degree of overprocessing. And what I've learned is that when you are doing that kind of processing, you are generating a constant flow of quantization errors in the upper parts of your floating point word. And this is also significant. It is maybe not the most significant thing in the world, but by the time you're doing oversampling, it adds up. You're doing a lot of processing that way. This is why I've been looking to do a variation on this kind of stuff. I'm going to try to... I was going to put sand back there, wasn't I? Let's do that. If I forget that, it'll just be kind of sad. Time to put some sand in. Bit of a steep drop coming out of this one, but whatever's right. You go whoosh, and then down you are in here. And then down we go into here, and let's see whether any of my netherwort grew. It's a weirdly cozy little hole. Makes me want to continue it off this direction. Maybe I should. Yeah, I mean, the thing about audio is that, yeah, we have trouble getting resolution out of our audio. That's definitely a concern. And people are used to that, but they don't really know any better. They don't know what they're hearing or why to care or mind about any of it. Oh, John Smith, you absolutely should learn programming. You might very easily end up being much better at programming than me because that's not hard. I'm good at design. I'm good at knowing what to do with audio. I'm not good at programming. And that is fine because everybody's got to be something. And I have left behind... I was going to do something with all of this, and then I just ended up reversing what I was doing, and no matter, we'll figure it out. Deftly done. It is a pity. What pity is there? That's coming along okay. Because the thing is, I am fine with, like, what I'm doing extends to such a point. Oh, flaming zombie. Yikes. He's going to set me on fire if I'm not careful. This is one of those really tough ones. I'm going to place a bed down here too. Oh, it's a pity that audio isn't better than it is. That's fair. Indeed. This is why I'm doing what I do. I'm very dedicated to the cause of doing the stuff that I'm doing. That is very much for the purpose of being able to get audio into a more creative zone where we can really get something out of what it's able to do. I wonder how far back this goes. Or whether it even matters, because I'm not sure it's going to matter. I think that little room will extend underneath this bridge. You know, back in the day, me and that family of mine, honestly, there were many good things about it all. Did stuff like, there's an old video game marathon, and we all used to play that, and typically for us, we were creating new maps for marathon all the time. That was a thing that we all got very much into. And one of the things that we liked to do was we worked out how to do sort of nonlinear space. A marathon map is not like this in that it is a coherent physical space, either voxel or 3D. A marathon map is like shapes of a given height and dimensions. So you got the square, and the square is connected to another poly, which is another square, and you'd move around inside the space defined by these squares, and you had to connect the edges of the squares to each other to move between them. Well, you could make them overlap. And so that produced a bunch of marathon maps that we had back in the day that really got into that technology, making the shapes in weird ways. I'm now speculating what I might want to do as far as decorative stuff is here. And I think I do know what I want to do. We're going to have some nether brick stairs like this. And, oh, no, that plays a role. That has to be there. So maybe not like this. I was kind of thinking I could do a particular thing there. It's not quite as much of a thing as I thought. But I do have this feature, and that's kind of nice. So we can kind of do that. can't actually, well, no, I can't actually replace this with glowstone because it is the wall on the other side. They make it look like it's brick, but it's actually not. But there's other things I could do. The deal with the audio thing for me is that when I was a little kid, during the experiences I had, some of which were not great, one of the things I was able to fall back on was like progressive rock music. I could listen to, you know, Yes and King Crimson and stuff. And it was sound that I could relate to, and it was really exciting and good. And it made some of the sounds that were like how I felt. So I had a big connection to that stuff. And let's see now, what are we doing? Got plenty of glowstone, I just don't know how to use it quite yet. Let's see how far back this goes. And now we have hit that thing I was mentioning. And that is the tunnel that goes back this way. And this is also where we get one of these, so we can pretend that this is a feature. And this is just where we put the lights. But that's covering up something. And let's see now. We can run our obsidian through here. But at this point we have to stop because that's part of the tunnel. If I replace that with obsidian, it's going to look weird in the other place. So this is where we run out of space. Cool though. It's good, it's fine. Tubes have an interesting power. I'm seeing chat here while I'm doing this. Tubes have an interesting power. See, transistors have to pump electricity through tiny little bits of silicon. They're miniaturized devices. Tubes are not quite like that. Tubes are big old pieces of metal that are manipulating electric fields. My experience is that tubes have this funny capacity of being able to carry energy in this really striking way. I've generally been very happy with the sound of tubes whenever I've worked with them. I've built stuff with tubes. I use tube amplifiers for guitars. I'm not actually using tubes for my studio monitoring. I like Class B amplifiers for that stuff. But that said, tubes are very, very handy. This could go down and I would get away from... And that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah. What happens if we... This is sort of a chill space because having to go down into a space. That means I can leave that more exposed. Like this. That's where that has to go. And I do have nether brick stairs on me. I have heard of Blockhead. I think somebody's mentioned it. Something like that. I've run into mention of that before. I love when people do that. For a while there I was using one called Bespoke. And Bespoke is very cool. Let's see now. What can we do as far as going down from here? Well, one thing is we can put a wall in here. And here. Just enough space. Check that out. I may need to dupe up more obsidian because I'm running right out of that stuff, but no harm with that. I wonder whether I can do the same hidden light fixture thing, because this turns out to be not actually useful for lighting things up, but it's a feature. It is an amusing thing to do. We'll have that other work going down here in a jiffy. Then we come on this way and duck down into here. For a similar feature. There's a harmoniousness of the fact that it matches. Boop, boop, and then I got to get into here to place these. That's fine. That can be done. In fact, as long as I'm carrying these for the purpose of placing this, I might as well grind some more. It means I'll be carrying a little bit more. So yeah, I am very in favor of the use of transformers for audio, and I'm not entirely that clear on all the details of what it's doing that is helpful. But I do tend to find that transformers are helpful for audio. You know, back in the day, one of the big things that people used to do was they worked desperately hard to be able to get rid of transformers and not have to use them anymore. Like, Neve was very proud of being able to do transformerless circuits. A lot of people were busily trying to, at all costs, not have to deal with transformers. Okay, let's see, 57, 32, didn't put down the bed yet, that's fine. Hi. Come at me across the incredibly slow soul sand. There we go. I doubt I could do the skellies under the circumstances. And that's going to be more than enough. So does this environment end up looking like? Oh, I should put an obsidian in here, like that. And in here. And that, which we can plainly see here, is just decorative. People figured they colored the audio too much, and when they started being able to work with transistors, it started to become obvious, like, oh, hey, we don't have to power these transistors with hundreds of volts, meaning that we maybe don't have to power them through transformers in the same ways that we used to do. What would happen if we have this tiny thing and we were able to just run these into each other and kind of run with them? You know, what would that be? And that was much enthusiasm went into that reimagining of how audio could work. I mean, I hesitate to say that that is part of where Neve came from. I feel like there is the fact that there's transformers. When Neve gets excited about Silk, often what they're doing is they're running some voltage into a transformer. Often what that stuff is about is simply, oh, hello, that's going to leave a light, isn't it? That's not quite what I had in mind, is it? I could go and get another. We can just make that be a decorative function. I'll have it match on both sides. Give me another words. Let's go and grab one little block. That can move. Of quartz to go in just the right spot. See, you must understand that in the days of transformers and tube equipment, there was a great deal that you had. Like, this is why my initial experiments with Console MC that went so bright, because there was a boost. The energy that gave me reminded me of some of that stuff. There was a distinct feeling of, oh, hey, this sounds kind of like something. I can kind of relate to what's happening here. However, while that was the case, while we did get a lot of energy out of that tube sound, the transistors take away some of the highs, they take away a bunch of the deep bass. Like, to this day, if you're working in high-end audio and you want to have ultimate bass performance, digital is kind of your friend, and non-transformer things are your friend. And by that, we're talking about not like bass amp, rumbly kind of thing. If we're talking about, like, yeah, I have a recording where this is a symphony orchestra and the kettle drum is at the back of the hall, or during, here's a classic. Here is something that the audiophiles get into. Supposing you have a particular recording. It's a famous recording. It's great for bass, and I'll tell you why. It's because halfway through the passage, the subway drives through. And it got on the record. That's the kind of stuff you can get into with high-end audiophilia when they're really hitting their stride and getting into their thing. It's like, here's a recording, and oh hey, Subway. Oh hey, as we're playing this thing, the chamber orchestra is playing or whatever, and then at this particular bar, you're not necessarily, it's not that obvious, but similarly, like if you get into dub music, dub techno, reggae, drum and bass, stuff like that, there is a lot of usefulness in the things that digital bass can do. This is going to go straight through into that same cave that the other one goes to, if I play my cards right. I have done a feature that leads to a whole other way of doing this. And that should be amusing and lead to the same caves I was in. Might go for a ways. Hey, Jazz. So what you get is... what do I get from here? Okay, we want to do that. We want to cover that and that. And that's going to be floor. This is going to be a little on the dark side if I'm not careful. Probably need to find a way of putting something in here. Thing is, you can't just go D&B or techno as if those are the same thing. Let me see if I can't... am I carrying any? Nope. Let's climb out of here just for a bit and go and do some inventory management. Oh, I took away my own beds. Look at that. That's a sheep. I'm not concerned with the sheep. Let's head back down here. Doing this kind of stuff, the monsters can't get me. See, the deal with that kind of stuff is that you have to bear in mind the way in which drum and bass particularly can refer to extremely subsonic frequencies. Like D and B can go really, really, really low. That said, you're not a lot of... that's why people want Mackie consoles out of me. Let's see, let's make some more. This is an inconvenient place to do this. Let's do it from here. No drops, dude. Like in getting my subwoofers together, one of the things that I would do is I've set it up in such a way that I can play air and lack thereof and hear all the notes in the subs. That is a tricky thing, getting that to work. Oh, okay, that's lots of soul sand. That'll hold me for the moment. And that is thanks to Timba on Toast, who makes videos and introduced me to the concept by these videos. That's such an interesting accent. It doesn't really fit, it doesn't really belong, but I made it symmetrical anyhow because I was stuck with it. Let's do one other thing. As long as I have a light down here. Give me a second. I'm going to make one more cup of coffee, and that should hold me. And it's probably not going to take me a 10-minute, but I will put up my hourglass cam. Oh, my stove went out too. Yeah, so let me try to attend to all of these things because that stove going out, I'm going to be unhappy about that in a couple of hours. It'll get really cold. I see I didn't turn the damper on. And so it burnt more quickly. And then it let itself out. There's still some heat in it. Let's see what we can do. So I'm going to have to be fussing with that a little bit just to get it going again. Egg cartons. Recycle that stuff for kindling. Cooled off so much I can just reach right in here. Oh, come on, you. Come on. Come on. There we go, that's the start. Once that catches a bit, as you can see, we can get some other firewood in here. When it's cold in the morning, I have to start it with like little bits of firewood at first, not all that much. And look at that. caught, but we didn't stay. See, I can't just put a bunch more wood in here at the moment because it won't burn properly. Gotta try to where the heat goes in, there's air comes in right at the bottom center here. And there are times if I put it in there, it will light up like it's currently doing, because the air is blowing at the place where it's combusting. And there's other times when I have a bunch of wood in there and it won't bring enough air in, and then it'll go out if I do that. So it's very much a matter of trying to get it ready to go, which is looking like that's starting to happen. So let's get another log in here. And that should get going. Yeah, type if it doesn't go on. And I'm going to go and make my coffee. Yeah, it's not actually getting any over freezing out here, so. I gotta tend to the fire all day long and carry firewood to be able to do that. It's the thing. Is my Juice Waveform Analyzer plugin available? No, because I can't get it to build at all anymore. And I couldn't get it to build for any more than like a single VST for Mac. And that was it. I can't put out stuff where it's like I have it only for this one platform, everybody else is out of luck. That's not something I can do. So I have not yet got that to where I can build it, make it, like that'll be a great day when it does happen, when I can build that and make it happen. That means I'll be able to do other things along those lines, but it has not yet happened. Fire's looking good. I think I can even throw the damper on. Oh, no, I can't throw the damper on. I'll have to pay more attention. Oh, stanza time done, run out. That's probably the last break of mine for today. I got my coffee. I got my fire going. And yeah, here we are. And here we are. Hey, Walter White probably said that while I was out getting coffee. And let's see what we can make happen here. It's come daytime again. Well, I know one of the things I was going to do was dig all the way through. Just plonk that there. And see how much farther we must go. Interesting. Got to one of our lights. We got to our diorite load. And we're going to get through to that cave pretty soon, I think. Up. And we are apparently not taking down the vines, even though... Oh, and that's one of the things I was going to do too, wasn't it? I was going to go and get shears so that I could trim these. Let's do that. Don't want to lose too many of those vines. I think to some extent I get tired from the stove warmth. Yeah. It's not that overwhelming, but it is still a thing. Some bricks for house building. Where's my shears? I don't even think I have my shears up here. No, I think I have them in something else. So let's see about... That's certainly not it. I think maybe I have them in there. Nope. Did I have a pair of shears in here? This being sort of spawn. This is not specifically just only for me, but okay, so I'll put it back once I've finished using it. Hi there. So down we go. Into here. And then let's shears up at least a little bit of this. We can duplicate it plenty. And over into here, our dark spaces. You know, I'm given to understand that espresso is not necessarily more caffeine-y than regular coffee, but it sure is more flavorful and intense when you know how to make it. One of the things that I do for breakfast is I always make a, let's see, how shall we... I always make a 1-egg omelet. This morning that was basically all I had. And this is going to be a long run. And it is a similar thing to learning how to make espresso, because I make my 1-egg omelet in the French style. That is by flipping the pan around and no spatula or anything like that. Just sort of a little rounded ovoid omelet. Give me that. And I enjoy sort of the skill of being able to do stuff like that. So having an espresso maker is very much similar, because it's not as simple as just having the thing and then pushing the button or whatever it is that you do. It gets really complicated and intense. There's a lot that goes on, which is, of course, the whole fun part of it. It's like, oh, hey, look at me, I'm doing the fancy thing. What if the new way of EQing the highs turns out to be... If the new way of EQing the highs turns out to work well, you will see it, but you won't see it in Console MC, because Console MC I made to sound the way I wanted to as itself. So that's not a thing that's going to change, but if I make the new way of EQing the highs really click, then it will find its own use. It'll find its own place. And yeah, that's exactly the one I'm working on. I could work a little bit on it today. It's 2:27. I'm going to go until 5, so that is a possibility. I could start doing something with that today. I'm kind of also fussing with this silliness. I feel like I could absolutely discard some stone to make space for other stuff. Like all that obsidian and soul sand. Well, now I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that each one of these console models I come up with has its own identity and very distinct behaviors. They each exist in their own world. And as such, I'm really interested in what I must do to get different things to sound the way they must. So I glory and delight in the prospect of pretty much needing to invent new filters for like everything that I do. If I come up with a new form of console which is not the same as an MCI, it's not going to be just different settings on the way that I got to the MCI. It's going to be a whole distinct other thing. And that is what will make it entertaining for me. So let's see, we've got a centered thing here. Here's something I could do that might be amusing. Track lighting. Let's see how this feels. For that matter, then we don't want this, do we? Nor that. That can just be part of there. So we come in here and, oh, look at there. We've got a light. In fact, then we don't need these necessarily. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I could see that as being kind of interesting. And then you come in and we've got this funky thing. You walk in here, you see it like that. Possibly with additional decor like this. Just kind of setting it off there. And then you come down and it turns out to be track lighting. And we could also reset it just right and have that much less incredibly dark obsidian everywhere. Ooh, I am delighted to hear that the new console MC has an incredible vibe at 192K, because the thing is, before, you would have lost all your bass that way. I don't think it would have worked at all. So that's kind of why I had to do that change. Subtitle is getting updated as well, in exactly the same way. Hello, what are you doing? I bet that's not useful. What else is happening up here? Well, we're going to see more of it. That's so annoying. I'm going to go up there and deal with that directly. Where is that gravel at? We will see whether that opens up on just the outside world. I guess not. And then we're going to fill it back in with rock. Possibly just to mine it back out again. Gravel, the stuff that fills your inventory up with multiple blocks. Yeah, I could do the torch trick. I didn't think to do it. My reflexes would have to be on point. I'm an old man, and so I can't necessarily always do those things. And let's take it all the way over to here. We got a full stack. So time to get a place in. There we go. I am going to be wanting to, a number of things really. I don't think I need this much zombie flesh to do my grinding. And let's see, but I'm going to need more obsidian probably. And I'm sure going to need a lot more of the stairs. So let's have another stack of obsidian. Or two. And then let's immediately use a bunch of it up. We do have snowballs that place things, but they're power tools without safeguards, much like a lot of my stuff. So what I'm doing here is just giving myself infinite resources rather than being particularly concerned about, and let's see. And then this covers over this area. Oh. So much for that stack. Profile icon? You mean the thing that's showing on the screen? In fact, it is. That is Clipper. RCA had Nipper, well I have Clipper. Clipper is the little dog who is listening to Loudness More music and being very sad. And I drew that as a little cartoon a long, long time ago. Oh, hang on, I've got a little more of this stuff than I thought I had. But still not enough. That's going to be better. There we go. Hello. That's not right. Oh, that's not right either. As he walks sideways into a creeper, kaboom, or falls down. Yep. Something of the sort. There we go. That's better. Oh, hey, didn't need this to be there. And there we go. Back the other way. And there's that taken care of, and so now it's just the floor and the massive quantity of unneeded extra blocks I have kicking around. So let's put those over on the stairs. See? This is the squid watching portal. So let's see, what can we discard? Got plenty of nether brick stairs. Don't need the flint. Don't need the gravel. Definitely got more stone than we need. And 2 stacks of obsidian should suffice, so that'll hold me for the time being. But I need more in the way of soul sand. Probably. Maybe not. Let's find out. Probably not. If you met my profile picture on YouTube, yeah, that's me with the glasses as a Siamese. Because why not? Squid quarters, yep. Got our squid quarters going. And here we've got this, which maybe gets filled in. I've got some ideas for here. For instance, I consider this flooring to be an interesting, like it doesn't have to be, this is what you grow netherwort on. I can, we've got other stuff there. This is like the bunker, the enclosed space for chilling and being quiet in. I've got nice track lighting going on, and moving around in here, you can't actually rush. So it becomes a more laid-back kind of zone. And yep, that was the full stack. So let's generate a little more. You have to go slow too. There you go. I think if I had the skellies, it would be pretty overwhelming, even so. Just the sheer speed those things can get up to. I don't think soul sand would really slow it down that much. Could find out. Have I got a bone on me? Nope. Be a worrying scenario trying to spawn a skelly in here. Oh, another thing that I could do is end this off with another window. And rather than going through into here, you could just be able to look into this area. See, this is where the other tunnel lets out. So if instead it just stopped there, and you had space where you couldn't really get up there, we can get up into this, although I still need to put the piece of diorite in there. But this would be more just looking on, like going and looking at the... Can I get into that? Almost. Let's see. Nope. Can't say as I can. But that means I can. So yeah, window. And this can kind of wind up here, and then this part doesn't end up being there. Let's see about that. And I'm also thinking interior walls. No, I'm thinking specifically window. I'm thinking if you're in here, you can't actually get into there from Subaqua, which is the other direction. But you can see what's going on in Subaqua. A big old, oh, hello, it's darkness. And I don't have any beds placed anywhere, do I? Totally don't. No matter. I think there's kind of room for signs there. You could put a sign on top of that. I don't have any handy at the moment. Now I can drop some of this stuff. Well, but do I even want to, though? I know I want to drop some of it. I want to drop the rotten flesh because I just keep getting more. So here's what I'm thinking. Build a sort of house. There's space for side passages in here too. And then this, rather than being what it is, this kind of stops being here. And that it shows there, but aim better. Got there. But none of this here. I have gone to Anthro conventions, not so much music conventions, although I would be interested. I have a long string of like badges from different cons that I've gone to. Cons are fun. I'm making holes that I didn't mean to, but that's fine. I'll fill them in. And I don't think I can get at some of that stuff, but I can try. Why don't I just expand? Yeah. I mean, it's nice to find fun things to do. Okay, so now we reshape this area a little bit. And then, where's my stone? Here we go. And there, now that looks fairly natural. And now back up here. Got there. Where is that glass? Here it is. Well, that wasn't useful. There we go. Oh, and I need my stone back. Here we go. FM 2024 in Minneapolis. Cool. Cool, cool. didn't mean to do that. Or that. Let's see. Okay, where's the blank space? There's one. And there is our soundproofed window at the end of the big old room. So little stairs for here. Oh, I'm going to need one more glowstone. And there we go. So that looks pretty nice, especially if I can put some vines over there too. And there's a sort of entertaining room over at the end where you can see some of what goes on. You can see over into there. So next thing is let's start using either nether brick or obsidian to make some dividing walls in here. Maybe I have so much obsidian, let's maybe use that. And can we do something cool? I bet we can. I bet we can do something cool. Oh, hang on. So there's a cool portal. A little room divider. And I can put in some other ones along the same lines just to sort of space things out. It's like a little ways over here. Or maybe not. Farther. Same deal. Here we go. Maybe it's a little bit like a vocal booth. I'm not sure if it's that much like a vocal booth. And I'm definitely putting the bed in here somewhere, so. And then we're going to have at least one more of these, but more kind of over here, right up front. Hang on. I'm feeling like I'm doing that wrong. What am I doing wrong? Oh, no, wait. Maybe not. I got a little confuzzled there for a moment, but on the whole, we got there. What tools do I use to write and develop my plugins? Xcode is basically it. Xcode is pretty much the bottom line, everything that I'm using. Let's have a foyer where we can put things like chests. One, two, three. And yes, I know it's on the same side. That's intentional. Come through here, and we're going to have chests in here. Chests can open into another brick stair so we can stack them up. That said, I do have to go and get my chests in order to be able to do anything of the sort. Oh, it's raining. There's a bunch of chests, and we can put a bunch of this stuff away too. Except for running out of space being a thing. Okay, other chest. There we go. That's probably all the basic decorating I got to do there. Need to grow some more vines. Where's a good place to grow vines? Oh. And what might be good is to take some of this stuff with me. If I had my axe handy, that would be the right thing for this. It's becoming another sort of favorite base. Maybe on Thursday I'll make yet another base and have that be my favorite. All the chestesses. Here is a good place for bedroom. Excepting I want to generate a few more of these. Get a big old collection of beds. Oh, tough guy. We'll go this way. And we'll have a bedside table. You know, maybe it would be good to color these beds something. Does these really fit? Let's make them be some other color. As fun as that is, I should be doing something amusing with these. Here's a little entryway. Workshop. I don't know. Can always grow more netherwort in there. Hello? What's that about? Is there a guy derping around up here? Well, we don't need that. How about quickly passing the night first and then going from there? Well, that did not work out well for you. Okay, so dyes. We haven't done anything with color yet, which is funny because the whole point of going with this particular form of Minecraft is not only that this was the one that I started out with, but this is also, that's a sheep. Sheep are harmless. Sheep can't hurt you, for the most part. Is that this is the color update, so it enabled a bunch of color-oriented things that I can run with. And so let's see whether we can't Get a bunch of color, and then maybe a little... wondering whether I can make a vivid purple bed. Make a giant purple bed. That'd be cool, right? I know I can get color from lapis. Lapis is a color. We can always make more. There's lots more. Okay, so does this work? It does. Does this work? That would be a big yes. Cool. That should hold me. Yes, I know I could do all colors or rainbow colors or whatever, but just doing whatever the whim directs at the moment. In we go. There's the base for now. Down we go. I am quite serious that I could also be doing music work and stuff, and maybe before the end of the day I'll do a little bit of that. But it is very chill doing this sort of thing. And I do like that. I wonder whether I really want... Let's not have double chests for bedside tables. That's kind of lame. Now, turning off this light proves difficult, but you can't have everything. That is a giant bed. Arguably more giant than necessary. Let's make it 2. We'll make the room be kind of symmetrical, like this. There, that's kind of cool. It's room for lots and for multiple people, and you can walk right through it. This could be a workshop area. Up. Furnaces. Workshop area could do with furnaces. Multiple furnaces, meaning that I should grind some. Tough guy. I could have in-wall furnaces. Hey, Melrose Place. How you doing? Winding up a bunch of Minecraft silliness. So, do we want fancy reloading furnaces? Or at least furnaces that can be auto-filled with fuel? That might be good. You think? We know how to do it. It's the same way as the other things. Let's do that thing. Small furnace bank, which never runs out of fuel because you can load more fuel into it. There's a small amount of coal. I've got more coal, right? I mean, I can have more coal anytime I want. There's more. There's a pickaxe that can actually harvest the coal. So good, good, good. Tempted to get the nether brick slabs going just to make that better. Oh, and a sign. I should put signs in. Or is bricks too warm for this particular location? I don't have any crafting benches set down there. Let's get a bunch of bricks anyways. Stack of bricks coming up. Oh, well, not quite yet. Stack of bricks coming up pretty soon. Three, two. $64 ought to work, and it's hoppers I'm going to want. I sure have plenty of those, so let's go and get them. Oh, for heaven's sake. You scummy... And my bed was obscured and everything, too. Let's see how much of that stuff I just lost. At least getting the XP back is not going to be too hard. I was going to move away, but I had something selected. Here we are. Now all I need is one of those arrows. Oh gosh, look at all that stuff. Look at all those things I was carrying. Oh, it blew up one of the dirty, rotten, silly rat. It blew up one of those chests. That's deeply obnoxious. And the ground underneath me and everything. Let's see. What else must we do? Let's put some of these things back. I'll put some of these things on. Like this and this. And this. Did it blow up my elytra? Annoying. How thoroughly annoying. got dirt, so we can... If I had an elytra, would it have gone down this way? Because I did have an elytra. I mean, I can get more, but I'm interested in whether I can get the one that I had back. Do I have rockets on me? Yes, I do. Arrows on me, thank heavens. Yes, I do. Okay. I don't see the elytra there. I've sure got a whole bunch of goofy stuff, but it doesn't include what I kind of wanted to have. So much for that then. Salmon swimming upstream. Whee! Meanwhile, it is dark and I'm going to be eaten by a grue or a creeper. Oh, and a bunch of the books and a bunch of the bookcases. It got all of the things. That said, getting more bookcases, not so much of a problem. Weird how I can't find the quartz blocks. Does it really blow up quartz blocks that enthusiastically? What an annoying thing. You know what? No big deal. Let's put as many of these silly things back as we can. Don't want to take that for granted. I was going to put up signs. Don't really need to do this. How many more of those do I have kicking around? Not that many. Yeah, most annoying, that elytra thing. We can load some of these into the grinder. And elytras live here. That should give me a good one back again. What can I throw? String. Much slower than my grinder, but it'll get there. Seriously? Seriously. We're having trouble coming up with XP, are we? Yeah, don't say. How's that? Much better. Don't like that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like that at all. However, there's something I can do about it. Oh God, look at all of these. Guess we can fix that, huh? Or not. Nope, can't fix that way, but I can fix it this way. Really? We are having problems with not having enough XP again? Funny you should mention that. Whatever shall we do? Love these machines. They're so nice. Da, 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 da. There's our Elytra. This might look like it doesn't match, but remember this is Snowball. So all I have to do is fill it in as it was before. It seems satisfactory. And in here. And then we have a special trick. That trick being all of this stuff needs to be this and not that. There we are, back good as new. Oh, look, more bricks. Oh, look, more coal. No, wait, I should leave some of the coal in here. We are making a cool auto furnace thing, which will at least load new. Hello. Derp. So you thought you were stone, did you? Oh, not anymore. Where do I even put this away? Let's swap that. Sure got lots of stuff. It's almost night. Oh, I know. Another cow. Goodbye, another cow. Oh, and one of the things I was going to do... well, first let's sleep. One of the things I was going to do was dump a bunch of this stuff off and then load up the XP grinder with a whole bunch of... oh, I can do these things one at a time, right? I've got my chest in here for this. Going to be planning more of these. This will be where I build that stuff, so this is a fine place to put all manner of redundant and unnecessary garbage. Retaining some of it and discarding pretty much everything else. And it was getting dark, so it was time to sleep, and so I might as well sleep in the new bed. What? Is it not night yet? Oh, I did sleep, didn't I? And back there is where the furnaces can go. Let's do a big old replant. Everything has grown, so it's a fine time to do it. We'll leave a little space in the middle to walk through. Not that that matters, because you can't actually break these by stepping on them. Anyways, I have so many of them that we're going to step on them anyhow. enough. What's the snowball plugin? It is this. Whee. Flying snowballs that remove fall damage. Oh, I'm going to need one of those, aren't I? Well, first things first. I'm going to go and reload my XP machine. In no uncertain terms. Let's get all the XP bottles out of it. I think that is all the XP bottles. Are there any in other places? So we dupe XP with shulkers now. Do we have any other stacks of XP bottles kicking around here? No. That said, it is a good idea to stash a few. Oh, hang on. In various places, because that whole area that I was just in could be obliterated by the mechanics of Snowball. Like, this is very pretty, but it could all go away. We prefer very much that not all of this goes away, but it can still go away. It's doing pretty good though. And let's charge up a little bit again. That's loud. You can't even see where the switch is. There it is. And that's charged up nice and quickly. So let's fly over to where we're going to build a cool device for making furnaces that don't run out of fuel. In very similar process. We're going to build it using some of our enjoyable technologies. And let's see now. Hang on, give me that. There is our base growing up nicely. And dude, this is my house. Beat it. I think I had signs, but I think I put them away. So here's where we brought some of our useful stuff. Namely, furnaces and hoppers. I do not know if I have... Well... We'll put that there. I can make another chest for this purpose, or indeed use a shulker box for it. That might be a good idea. In fact, let's do that. Because you can't dupe collections of chests, but you can dupe shulker boxes with all their contents, and that's going to be the idea. We got some here. Here's one with XP in. Here's a bunch that are just empty. Oh, do I need to... Gotta grab that. Here's a thought. Can I dye this with stuff I have here? Don't think I have dye there. Nope, sure have plenty of nice pickaxes though. Never did get around to getting chainmail. Never did get around to finding a poisonous potato. We'll see. There we go. So we'll grow lots of this stuff. A floor of living netherwort. Soft and squishy. It's like a carpet. Now, can we dye you just like this? We sure can. Cool. So next step is to place a bunch of these. Actually, I'm going to want to pull back a little bit. Must mine the coal. See coal, mine coal. It is an obsession. It's a rule. Got to mine the coal. Got blowed up by that nasty creeper, and then I don't even get to have all of my stuff anymore. I'm pretty sure some of it went away. But I can mine coal using this. Did I have anything else stashed away somewhere? I bet those are all empty. Yeah. Was there anything in these? No. Now I was going to place a sign. I could still do that. That's going to be more than enough stone. I'll start moving those later. Maybe not much later, but a little bit later. And I've got a little bit of obsidian, so I could make more. Kind of the idea. Okay, so set into the wall. Nice little bank. That's enough of that, I think. So I've got extras. And I'm going to want to have a cool way of loading these. So how shall we do that? Wouldn't it be interesting if you loaded it by placing, well, can I even place shulker boxes there though? Like if I had hoppers here, and then I placed a shulker box in there, let's do some serious redesign here. Let's see what this actually needs. Let's make some coal. I shouldn't need fortune for this. We're just making a start. Do I prefer creative or survival? This is Snowball, also known as post-scarcity Minecraft, so it's a weird combination of both. It's a little bit like creative and it's a little bit like survival. Well, that's going to take forever. Do I have lots of... I actually do not have lots of... This is me just trying to figure out where some of these things should be placed, although I need to go and get more of them. I somehow got blowed up and lost all of my obsidian, and I had lots of that, so that's weird. feel like I had so much more of all of the different kinds of stuff. Oh, and I was going to do classy sort of, maybe what we want here is not so much this as a different approach. Did I also lose the bricks that I made? By gosh, I got blowed up and lost a lot of stuff. Everything went. I had all these different things waiting to do stuff, and they're all gone. I don't even have zombie flesh on me. Wait, it's right here. And with that, I got bricks. And with this, I got backup obsidian. That was a fierce one. Fancy that. And with this, I've got obsidian. See how this is like kind of like creative and kind of like survival? If I have anything, I can have any amount of anything. But there are challenges inherent in doing it this way. It's a little more tricky than it looks. So I'm seriously contemplating having just one layer of them instead of 2 layers of them, because I'd like to have it be inset in stone, or not stone. I'd like to have it be inset into bricks. In particular, sort of a brick baseboard surrounding. A little more shaping there. So let's see. That's got me 32. That's got me 64. That should be as many as I'll need. So oh, and we could have a emptier. If that is, I had any chests. Here's our output. Here's me climbing in and around behind. There's our emptier. All of the above. Hey, lucky floppy. Hello, hello. Oh no. Oh, does Lucky Floppy need assistance? Oh, it's not night. Okay. Well, in that case, why the zombie? Uh-oh. I'm coming. Oh, look at you with your chainmail. Did you drop any? You did not. Hi. Use those. I'm really not sure where the chainmail. Like, how annoying. Something should come with chainmail and then it didn't drop it. I would really like to get my hands on some of that stuff. I am not entirely sure what Lucky Floppy is up to, but I guess we'll find out. And so we're going to feed into the packs there, and then we are going to well, where would be a good place? Meh, good enough. These things have to go down, so you gotta climb for them. And that's feeding some stone in somewhere. Hello. There's some more obsidian. Suppose we could make all of this out of and up we come. Cool, I'm pleased to hear it. I'm assuming if you know about what any of that is, then you're hearing the stream. That's kind of what you'll need to do for getting advice or guidance from me in any way. That said, let's get this finished up. So that looks okay, but it needs to be neatened up a little bit. Like that. And we should check to see whether any pieces of stone got dumped in here. You hear the stream? If you hear the stream, you're listening to me on YouTube. And if you're on the server and hearing the stream, you can go to whatever and do more or less whatever you like. Depends upon how cooperative you feel like being. Cooperative is generally going to be a good thing here, but we will see how this works out in the long run. And that needs to have space up there. That's pretty dark. I had glowstone too. All of my stuff got all lost and such. Well, we do what we can. You're underground? Well, hello then. Wonder if you're hanging around up. Indeed. I think maybe the bricks would be better. I think this obsidian is just way too dark. And it is all going into the system, which is not awesome. Let's just go with some of these things bit by bit. So you got to put a shulker box there, and then it's got to be able to open to empty. I'm pretty sure that's how that rolls. And I bet you I have to actually break that in order to get at the hoppers. At which point I'm not sure I can replace it. Oh dear. Well, we can't but try. Let's see whether this whole thing has to be done over again from scratch. It's almost the end of my day. And that is fine. Speaking of which, seeing as it is almost the end of my day, I do have to break for a moment because I have to get my dinner ready. I have to have some food thawing out and get ready to deal with that. So that wasn't going to take 10 minutes. It was just me getting some cheese out to defrost and warming up my oven for tacos, because it's going to be tacos day. That's actually my habit on all of the streaming days, as it happens. So let's see, what madness have we got here? I'm not really, oh no. I should set you up with, I'm assuming you can hear me, yes? Or are you just typing, hoping I'm going to type back? Here's some signs. I wanted to put up a sign. If you're hearing what I'm saying, say so. I will come and set you up with the basics for what you need for derping around in Snowball. Although I gotta say, if you do something that crashes the server, I won't necessarily be available to restart it. There we are. Good enough. Well, the output works. I've got all my basic stuff. Let's see whether we can make a shulker box literally full of coal and dupe it. This is a start. Should be able to get a respectable amount of coal this way, because I'm doing it a stack at a time now. But we're going to load the shulker box with individual coal pieces because we're doing it box at a time. And that's a lot of stacks. But not all the stacks. It's weird every time that happens. It's like, yep, random chicken. It is running the chicken maneuver. And there is a shulker of coal. Meaning that now, oh, hang on, give me that back. Multiple shulkers of coal are easy, meaning, see, this in theory should be now filling with fuel if it is not broken. I guess it's going to fill one at a time. Okay, patience. We'll see whether the ones in the end still work. Well, the thing is, I do have to have it full in order for it not to... Oh, well. You know, there is a way I can remedy that. If I set this up in such a way that I can get over and back here, this does give me good access to that stuff. Including the ability to make more bricks. Or indeed just fire them in place, which is something I should try. That didn't work. Well, we got lots of shulkers, we got one torch, we got a limited amount of this stuff. A little more of that. We could just place them like this. That's my stove getting ready to go. Let's do that. I'm not sure where else you would have found any of this, so I'm assuming you must be on the YouTube stream. Cool. Okay, well then I can give you directions or come and help. Let me see, I've got some things that should be handy. Let me just go back over here. And put some of these coal scuttles back. Didn't need to have as many of these. Is all good. Oh, and I'll bring along a pickaxe to share. Some coal just in case. I lost so much stuff when I got blown up. I don't think I even have steak anymore. So let me go and search. I watched from my window and I saw that it was in this direction. Did you go into darkness or did you go into light? Arrived at a red planet. Interesting. I have no idea what that means. I'll use my torch snowball to see whether any of this can be lit up. A little bit. I don't see a tag. Red planet, red planet. Oh no. Well, then you should be back in spawn. I should be able to go and find that. Let's go back to spawn, where Lucky should be, and do a little more in the way of basic orientation. And that ought to hold me for the day. Okay, so you ought to be around here somewhere. Hey. So it is raining, but it is not nighttime. So, let's see. First of all, you should have some of these. Those are rockets. You'll be able to get out of a jam using those. They're beside the beds. Behind you, back over this way. Sitting on the ground. You can also grab those extra snowballs over there. So over here where I'm at, I'll do it again. These chests are full of stuff you can have too. Here's more rockets. So yeah, I'm thinking some kind of orientation, or we could try to sleep. How about that? There's beds here at spawn. I would suggest going in one. If not, I guess we'll see what else happens. If Lucky Floppy 2011 gets killed by something, he'll probably pass the night. Then it will be daytime, and it'll be a little safer. If I get killed by something in bed, it'll be somewhat less convenient. Okay, and I will continue to try to offer rockets and arrows and such. Somehow I don't feel the sleeping thing is happening. Well, one thing I could do is pass the night manually. Let's see. I do not see signs of Lucky. Let me... I know my friend with the house over there had this going on. I don't know if I have anything on hand that is that easily... There's a start. More gold? No? I bet I'm going to need a little redstone. There we go. A little more gold. Now what time it is? It's not nighttime anymore time. Good morning. Just gonna go back in here. Alrighty. So back at spawn, it's daytime. We didn't sleep, so it is not... oh, somebody got blown up here. Take some of those. Put them over a snowball in your inventory. Yeah, those, the things that I threw on the ground at you. Maybe I can throw it at Lucky Floppy directly. Whoop. See. Take those things, I'll make more. I'm wondering what else would be good to throw. Bones would be bad to throw. Oh, I can give a bed. That would work. Here, have one of these. And I think they picked up the... So put the rockets over the snowball in your inventory and do this. Do not switch away from... Nope, put it over the snowball in your inventory and do this. And do not switch away from the snowball while you're doing it. This is how Snowball Minecraft works. We're using, you see the snowball in my hand, not the rocket. But the rocket is directly over the snowball. And so you do this. And it takes away fall damage. If you manage that, then we can do many other things. Maybe I'll show off the clock again. Check it out. I can also do this. But you don't have the clock over you in the inventory, whereas I did. Maybe I should keep that on me. Oh, well, there's an elytra. I'll give Flopsy my backup elytra. There. There you go. So now, even if you only know how to use the rockets, you can still do something. Up, did not take the bed. Let's do that again. If I stand close enough. Try that again. Here you go. We're doing a little basic provisioning. Oh. Oh, I was out of food. I should have some food. I should dupe some food. That's what I should do. So this is danger mode, but it's going to be worth it. Stick and we'll have all the food and I can share it. Do not run in the path of the monster that I have created. It is quite bad. And now I have food here, over here. Let's try to catch back up again. There is food. You can't actually snowball the food, but that should be a start, one hopes. Right over here. See, right there. There we go. I'm tempted to add blocks. Just add blocks. No, chests. There's things that I'm enthusiastic about donating and things that I'm somewhat less enthusiastic about donating, like Dragon Egg. But, yep. So again, boop. So here's the trick. Put the rocket over the snowball in your inventory and do this. Boop. Holding the rockets just in your hand doesn't do as much. Anybody else who also plays this and is interested in orienting a newcomer, by all means do so on your own time after I'm finished streaming, which is going to be in about a half an hour. I am trying to give stuff. Maybe I'll come over and give more. Food. Starve to death. Let's not have any of that starve to death business. Oh, and I could torches. Torches are always useful. Have we got torches around here? I know I've got lots that are duped up. Yeah, there's 29 torches. That's not so bad. What else? Iron? Diamonds. Okay, torches and diamonds. Let me add torches and diamonds. Aha! Aha, it worked. Now, as long as you don't switch away from that, you will not take fall damage. Isn't that cool? There you go. And you can have some XP. That'll make you fly faster. It's going to be impossible to catch up with this kid now. Damn. And make you some diamond armor. We'll put that there. And be sure not to switch away. There's up. What goes up must come down. Very good. Has torches. And make yourself some... Oh, I know. I can demonstrate the diamond thing easier like this. And I will offer... I'm going to keep my untouched pick and donate the one that has been slightly used. There. Over here on top of this thing. Let's clean up some of the mess, shall we? Because I did not mean for a diamond block to actually be there. Oh, maybe I'll make a pile of them in this crater. That'll work. Did you get the pick that I left out? There are also some in the chests, but I'm just trying to get through. Well, it's not there, so I'm guessing that would be a yes. However, did not pick up the torches. And with this, we're going to fill in creeper holes with solid diamond. Just because that's how we roll. There's the full stack. So, boop. And there was another creeper hole over here, so let's fill that in with solid diamond as well while we're at it. That was a creeper hole, yeah? Oh, sure was. Very good. Very good. That was the intent. Well, this is post-scarcity Minecraft, so anything that you can have using the snowball mechanism, you can have more. And it becomes a question of, like, well, what would you like to do? And what I would like to do is sleep. I'd also have my tacos, which is coming up pretty soon. And we don't sleep. Okay. I'm not sure what else I have to do. I think I have offered all of the things that I can reasonably offer. And since I'm not going to be an enormous troll, I think we keep the gold nuggets away from this area. And the bones. And the gunpowder. Yeah. On the other hand, emeralds and a bunch of these other things are fine. Boom. So, we'll come visit with my horse. My horse is amazing. We are flying around a lot up there. I'm not sure what else our new friend is doing. Up. Oh dear. You know, I wasn't aware we had that there. Have some more stuff. Here's some more of those rockets. Over here. There's plenty of rockets in the chests as well. Here's more. Stacks and stacks of them. You only need one to do this. Here, so I should give Lucky Floppy my horse, too. Here, have a horse. Horse is amazing. Do you not want to ride the horse? Go ahead. If you're not interested in riding the horse, I'll put the horse back in its cozy corral where he belongs. I don't see any riding of the horse. Don't see. Go ahead and ride. Oh, you got to catch the horse to ride the horse. Ah, okay, have fun. You can keep that horse. I've got lots of more. Here's another. This is also amazing. This horse might actually be even more amazing. Race you through the tunnel. Ooh, that's not good over there. Got it. Ooh. You're too amazing for your own good. Well, that's one way to get away from problems. Ooh. Here, replacement horse, if you can catch him. Maybe I'll find where the other horse went. And it did create a check after all. Yep. You know the old saying, look at my horse is amazing. Oh, we must have gotten far enough away from here that they despawned. Or not. Well, where did you go? Down in the hole. There's a thing. I wonder what we've got here. Is this something I built, or? I feel like I built this, and it will come back out in oh, another cow. Now back you go. Back to the overworld with you. Oh. Back to the overworld with you, cow. There we go. Now the crazy thing's in my house. Well, one of my houses. So, maybe this is a fine time to think a little bit about building a house out here. I've got some of my stuff. Oh, you know what else has happened? My fire's gone out again. Maybe I'll just have to give it up. I have tried my level best to keep that fire going, but it just is not a thing. It would be nice. It would be less cold. But my day of streaming is about over. So we got a little triangle here. What else can we do before I'm done? Well, I could grow a giant oak tree. Let's grow a giant oak tree right about here. Yep. Man, that casts a massive shadow. But it is the giant oak tree I was talking of. Hey, Matt Freeman. All is fine. I had a visitor here. They were a little flitting all over the place. Nothing wrong with that, though. Didn't really end up doing anything in the way of serious work, but, you know, some days Some days that's just not what you're doing. Let's gather up my sand and birch wood and stuff. And what else? Maybe glowstone and clay, and then scoot over here. All of this stuff has been grown up pretty good. Did I ever put anything in these? No, I never did. This will be an effective method of doing this thing. I should get some vines growing somewhere. That would be good. Never quite finished up how that was supposed to look, but we can do a brand spanking new shulker. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. PC crashes, drag. See how the new auto smelter works. It should work pretty good. Oh yeah, it's coming along. That will successfully smelt all of the bricks. So let's place this dirt back again. That's not dirt. So that we can redo the path as needed. My oven's been warming up nicely, so I should be about ready to make my tacos when time comes. And I was thinking in terms of maybe making a brick foundation for a modernistic house. And away we go. I'm wondering, would you like a elytra? We can do that. Sometimes it's easier to control. Wait, where am I going? Going the wrong way. I'm pretty sure we've got some of these guys down here. Sure enough. And with a few quick boosts. So much for that anvil. Seeing as you like flying so much, let's set you up with an elytra when you come back. It's in here. That way if I, yeah, it's in there. Now what would be a good foundation? Do I need more bricks than this? Well, if I do, I know what to do about it. We'll grind them. There, now I don't need more bricks than that, that's for damn sure. Let's dig a foundation. Oh, that's not leaving me room for a front lawn. That would never do. Oh, this might be too skinny. Yeah, this might be on the weirder side. Hey, there is elytra in the into here. Here we go. You seem to enjoy flying. Therefore, have that and some more of those. There you go. And there was much rejoicing. That's going to be, that kid's going to be happy as a clam. My dimensions of this are not right. First of all, this is not right here. Oh. And secondly, I should put in more of a foundation. And then I should go a little more this way. Maybe do something else. Let's make it a sort of pointy shape over here. So So we'll start with that, and then start taking it this way. And there's a good place for foundation. Still dirt floors, but you can't have everything. Oh no, how will I get out like this? And if we're going to be pointy like that, let's not have this here. It's a pity we can't point stairs sideways. Wouldn't that be nice? Point and stairs sideways. There, we'll have grass there. I don't know why that would be going there, so we'll fix that. That will wind its way back. Ooh, 5:01. Time for me to go have dinner. Pretty near time anyways. Let's put a wood dirt floor in here where we're at it. Eat back out of here. And we'll figure out something amusing to do with this later, like I have not really found out the things to do yet. I feel like this should be a door, though. So yeah, I will most likely end up building something here, and we'll see. So yeah. We'll head over to where the horses are at. Up. Well, that was novel. That's not what I meant to happen. You fly with Elytra. So at this stage, it's not my bedtime, but my dinner time. So like, try not to blow up too much stuff, and as long as the IP address is still here, you can come. If it changes, I'll post that on my Patreon as well. And on that note, I will log off. And thanks everybody for checking this out. I will see whether I can't be back again on Thursday. I'm going to go and eat some tacos, seeing as my fire went out again, so it's going to get cold. I could be a little warmer if I make tacos. And I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.